Hey everyone, tonight we're going somewhere dark, somewhere unsettling, somewhere that will make you question everything you thought you knew about what lies beneath the waves. We're not talking about the beautiful mysteries of the ocean, we're talking about the disturbing ones, the discoveries that made scientists uncomfortable, the findings that created more fear than wonder, the evidence that suggests the ocean might be far stranger and more terrifying than we ever imagined. For the next few hours, we're going to explore discoveries that don't have happy explanations, creatures that shouldn't exist, behaviors that suggest intelligence we don't want to acknowledge, sounds that come from the deep and fill researchers with dread, evidence of things happening in the ocean that we can't explain and maybe don't want to understand. These aren't your typical ocean documentaries with soothing narration and beautiful cinematography. These are the stories that documentaries skip over, the findings that get buried in technical journals, the discoveries that make even experienced marine biologists pause and reconsider their career choices. So before we descend into these disturbing depths, go ahead and like this video if you're ready to confront the ocean's darkest secrets. Subscribe if you want to explore the side of marine biology that keeps scientists awake at night. And leave a comment telling me if you think some discoveries are better left unknown. Now turn off the lights, settle in, and prepare yourself. Because once you hear these stories, you'll never look at the ocean the same way again. Let's begin with something that happened in 2015 and has never been adequately explained. A deep-sea research vessel was conducting surveys in the Mariana Trench when their cameras captured something that made the entire crew go silent. At a depth of over 6 miles, where the pressure would crush a human instantly, where no light has ever penetrated, the camera illuminated something that shouldn't exist. A massive swarm of creatures, thousands of them, all moving in perfect synchronization. That alone wouldn't be disturbing. Schooling behavior is common in fish. But these weren't fish. They were something else entirely. The creatures were translucent, elongated, with what appeared to be dozens of thin appendages trailing behind them. Each one was about the size of a human arm. And they were moving with purpose, not drifting with currents, but actively swimming in formation. The formation itself was what made it disturbing. The creatures arranged themselves in a perfect spiral, rotating slowly as they moved through the water. The spiral was mathematically precise, each creature maintaining exact spacing from its neighbors. For 15 minutes, the camera tracked this swarm as it moved through the trench. The creatures never broke formation. They never collided, despite their proximity. They moved as one organism, thousands of individuals acting with single-minded coordination. Then suddenly, they dove. All at once, the entire swarm turned downward and descended into deeper water, beyond the range of the camera's lights. They vanished into darkness deeper than the camera could reach. The research team reviewed the footage dozens of times. Marine biologists examined every frame. No one could identify the creatures. They didn't match any known species. Their body structure was unlike anything in taxonomic records. Their behavior was unprecedented. But what disturbed the researchers most was the implication. If thousands of these creatures exist in the Mariana Trench, synchronized and purposeful, what are they doing? What are they coordinating to accomplish? And why have we never seen them before or since? The footage exists. It's been classified and restricted because, as one researcher said off the record, the public isn't ready to know that something that organized lives in the deepest parts of the ocean. What makes this even more disturbing is what happened in the weeks following the discovery. The research vessel returned to the exact coordinates where the swarm was observed. They deployed cameras at the same depth, in the same location. For 3 days, they monitored, continuously. Nothing appeared. But on the fourth day, something different happened. The cameras detected movement in the periphery, just at the edge of the light's reach, shapes moving in the darkness, circling the camera rig. The creatures weren't approaching. They were maintaining distance, staying just outside clear visibility. It was as if they had learned to avoid the cameras, as if they understood what the cameras were and chose not to be recorded again. This suggests not just intelligence but adaptability and learning. The research team tried different approaches. They deployed cameras without lights, using infrared and other wavelengths. They positioned cameras at different depths. They tried various bait and attractants. Nothing worked. Whatever those creatures were, they had changed their behavior after the first encounter. They had adapted to avoid human observation. One marine biologist on the expedition described feeling genuine fear. We found something in the deepest part of the ocean that can learn and adapt to our technology within days. Something that organizes in thousands. Something that now knows we're watching. That's not just disturbing, that's terrifying. The expedition was cut short. Official reports cited equipment malfunctions and budget constraints. But crew members who spoke anonymously tell a different story. They say the decision to leave was made after something appeared on sonar, a massive contact, far larger than the individual creatures they'd filmed. Something the size of a building, moving slowly across the trench floor toward their position. The crew didn't wait to see what it was. They retrieved their equipment and left the area. The sonar data from that contact has never been publicly released. Now let's talk about something discovered in 2016 that created genuine fear among the scientists who found it. A team studying whale behavior was analyzing audio recordings from the deep Pacific Ocean. They were cataloging whale calls, trying to understand communication patterns. But in the background of their recordings, they detected something else. A sound that wasn't biological. A sound that wasn't geological. A sound that shouldn't exist. The sound was rhythmic, repeating in precise intervals. 3 low-frequency pulses, a pause, 2 more pulses, a longer pause, then the pattern repeated. This pattern continued for hours in the recordings. Always the same rhythm, always the same frequency, always from the same general area of the ocean. At first they thought it might be human activity, perhaps a ship or underwater equipment, but the frequency was too low for any known human technology, and the location was in the middle of nowhere, far from shipping lanes or military exercises. They checked if it could be geological, maybe some kind of volcanic or seismic activity, but geologists confirmed there was no tectonic activity in that area that would produce such sounds. Could it be biological? The pattern was too precise, too regular. No known organism produces sounds with such mechanical consistency. The research team continued monitoring, trying to triangulate the exact source. And as they narrowed down the location, they realized something disturbing. The sound was coming from the seafloor at a depth of over 4 miles. And it was moving slowly. Over the course of weeks, the source of the sound moved across the seafloor. It traveled in a straight line for hundreds of miles, then changed direction at a sharp angle. The movement was deliberate, purposeful. Whatever was making the sound wasn't drifting with currents or moving randomly. It was going somewhere. The team submitted their findings to multiple institutions. They wanted to organize an expedition to investigate directly, but their funding was mysteriously cut. Their research was classified, and they were quietly told to stop investigating. One researcher who spoke anonymously said, "Someone decided we shouldn't know what's making that sound. Someone decided it was better to leave it alone." But here's what makes this even more disturbing. Other researchers working independently, detected similar sounds in different oceans. In the Atlantic, a rhythmic sound with a different pattern, 5 pulses, pause, 5 pulses. In the Indian Ocean, 7 pulses, pause, 3 pulses, pause. In the Arctic, a complex pattern that varied but maintained mathematical consistency. When these researchers tried to compare notes, they found their communications were being monitored. Their emails were intercepted. Their findings were classified before they could publish. Someone or some organization is actively suppressing information about these sounds, and that raises disturbing questions. What are these sounds? What's making them? Why are they in every ocean? And why doesn't someone want us to know about them? One theory that's been whispered in private conversations among marine researchers: the sounds are communication. Something on the ocean floor, across multiple locations globally, is signaling. The different patterns might be different messages or different individuals, but communicating what and to whom? Another theory, even more disturbing: the sounds are machinery. Something artificial, something constructed, operating on the ocean floor at crushing depths. Something that predates human deep-sea technology. This would mean either we've lost track of equipment in multiple oceans, or something else has built machinery down there. Neither explanation is comforting. The rhythmic sounds continue. Monitoring stations still detect them. They're still moving, still following seemingly purposeful paths across ocean floors. And no one is officially investigating anymore. The silence from the scientific establishment is perhaps more disturbing than the sounds themselves. Let's discuss something that happened in 2017 that has marine biologists deeply unsettled. Fishermen in the North Atlantic started reporting unusual catches, fish with deformities, strange mutations, things that didn't look right. This wasn't entirely new. Pollution and environmental stress can cause deformities. But these deformities were different. They were too similar across different species, too consistent across wide geographic areas, and they suggested something was fundamentally wrong with the fish. The most common deformity: extra eyes. Fish were being caught with 3, 4, sometimes 5 eyes. Not random growths, but fully formed eyes with complete structures, lenses, retinas, optic nerves. Other fish had mouths that were too large, extending far beyond normal proportions, with additional rows of teeth growing in impossible configurations. Some had skeletal structures that seemed designed for depths they weren't found at, with bone density and structure that made no biological sense for their habitat. Still others had organs in wrong locations, or extra organs, or organ systems that appeared to serve no function but were fully developed nonetheless. Marine biologists collected specimens and conducted genetic analysis. What they found was deeply disturbing. The deformities weren't random mutations. The genetic changes were too specific, too organized. It looked like something was modifying fish genetics in systematic ways. But what? No known pollutant creates such specific genetic changes. No disease causes these particular deformities. Radiation can cause mutations, but these weren't random radiation damage. The genetic modifications looked almost deliberate, targeted changes to specific genes, as if something was experimenting with fish genetics. One researcher described it as someone is doing genetic engineering on wild fish populations, but we don't know who or why. When they mapped where the deformed fish were being caught, a pattern emerged. The deformities were most common in areas where unusual deep-sea activity had been reported, areas where those unexplained sounds had been detected, areas where research vessels had experienced equipment malfunctions. The correlation was too strong to be coincidental. And here's what made it truly disturbing. The modifications weren't harming the fish. In fact, fish with deformities seemed healthier than normal fish. They grew faster, lived longer, and reproduced more successfully. It was as if something was improving the fish, making them more viable. But for what purpose? Why would something deliberately modify wild fish genetics to enhance them? What benefit would that serve? The research team proposed multiple hypotheses, none of them comforting. Perhaps the modifications are preparing fish for changing ocean conditions. Something knows the ocean is changing and is adapting fish to survive. Perhaps the modifications are experiments, testing which genetic changes produce desired results before applying them more widely. Or perhaps the modifications serve a purpose we can't understand, something related to ecosystems or food webs in ways we haven't considered. What's most disturbing, the deformities are spreading. Each year, a larger percentage of caught fish show these modifications. Each year, the modifications become more extreme and more sophisticated. And each year, the affected area expands geographically. Fish caught in the Mediterranean are starting to show similar deformities than fish in the Caribbean. Now reports are coming from the Pacific. Whatever is doing this is operating globally, modifying fish populations across all oceans. Some scientists have quietly suggested that these fish should be quarantined, that we should stop eating fish from affected areas. But commercial fishing interests have suppressed these warnings. The public doesn't know that a significant and growing portion of fish they eat are genetically modified by unknown processes. And no one knows if eating these fish is safe. Testing has been done on modified fish flesh. The genetic changes are present in every cell, every tissue. Eating these fish means consuming genetically modified tissue of unknown origin and unknown purpose. Some researchers refuse to eat fish anymore. They've seen the data, they've seen how widespread the modifications are, and they've decided the risk is too high. One biologist said privately, "I used to love seafood. Now I can't look at fish without wondering what's been done to them and why. We're eating something's experiments, and we have no idea what long-term effects that might have." Government health agencies have been notified. They've conducted their own studies. The results have been classified. Make of that what you will. Now let's talk about something discovered in 2018 that challenges our understanding of what intelligence means. Researchers studying octopus behavior set up observation equipment near an octopus den in the Mediterranean. They wanted to document hunting patterns and territorial behavior. What they captured over 6 weeks of continuous observation was deeply disturbing. The octopus was observed killing prey, not for food but apparently for experimentation. It would catch crabs and fish, but instead of eating them immediately, it would manipulate them in specific ways. It would remove limbs one by one, always in the same systematic order. Left front limb first, then right front, then rear limbs, then finally vital organs. It would observe how the prey responded to different injuries, how long they survived without certain limbs, how their behavior changed with each removal. It would keep prey alive as long as possible, while conducting what looked like deliberate experiments on their physiology. This wasn't normal predatory behavior. Predators typically kill efficiently to eat. This octopus was engaging in what can only be described as vivisection, surgical examination of living subjects. And the pattern was too consistent to be random. The octopus followed the same procedure with each prey item dozens of times over the observation period. First the left front limb, then right front, then rear limbs, then vital organs, every single time. It was as if the octopus was following a scientific protocol. Even more disturbing, The octopus kept detailed records. It arranged the removed parts of its prey in organized patterns around its den. Shells, bones, and body parts laid out in neat rows, organized by type and size. Crab claws in one section, fish bones in another, internal organs in a third area. The organization was meticulous, systematic. The researchers watched this behavior for weeks, documenting it thoroughly, becoming increasingly uncomfortable with what they were witnessing. At one point, the octopus seemed to notice the observation equipment. It approached the camera slowly, examining it with its tentacles. Then it did something chilling. It positioned a captured fish directly in front of the camera and proceeded to dissect it, as if deliberately demonstrating its procedure to whoever was watching. The octopus made eye contact with the camera multiple times during this process. It knew it was being observed, and it seemed to be showing off its work. When they published their findings, the response from the scientific community was uncomfortable silence. A few researchers challenged the interpretation, arguing that the behavior might have natural explanations they hadn't considered, but most simply didn't respond. Because the implication is terrifying. If octopuses are conducting experiments, it means they have curiosity, methodology, and the ability to learn from systematic observation. It means they're doing science. And if they're doing science on other creatures, what does that say about their level of consciousness and intent? One researcher said, "Off the record, we observed behavior that looked like torture, and the disturbing part is that it seemed purposeful, educational. The octopus was learning from the suffering it caused. That's not just intelligence, that's curiosity combined with complete lack of empathy. That's sociopathic intelligence." The footage exists but has never been publicly released in full. The researchers decided some things are better left unseen. Short clips were included in the published paper, but the full 6 weeks of footage remains locked away. Those who have seen the complete footage describe being deeply disturbed by it. One viewer said, "You can see the octopus thinking, you can see it planning each step, you can see it learning, and the look in its eyes when it stares at the camera, it's aware, it knows what it's doing, and it knows we're watching, and it doesn't care." That's chilling. But here's what makes this even more disturbing. After the paper was published, other researchers came forward with similar observations. Octopuses in Japan, Australia, California, all displaying similar experimental behaviors. Not identical, but clearly related. Different octopuses using slightly different procedures, but all following systematic protocols, as if this behavior is spreading through octopus populations, as if they're learning from each other, sharing techniques. Some researchers have proposed that octopuses might have cultural transmission of knowledge, that they might be teaching each other these experimental methods. If true, it means octopus intelligence is even more sophisticated than we feared. It means they have culture, education, and knowledge transfer across generations or populations. And it means that whatever they're learning through these experiments is being preserved and built upon. That octopuses might be developing scientific understanding of biology, physiology, and anatomy. One marine biologist put it bluntly, "We're watching another intelligent species develop science, and their methods are horrifying because they lack our ethical constraints. They'll do experiments we'd never approve. They'll learn things we'd never discover because we're not willing to cause that suffering. Should we be concerned that they might learn things we don't know, things that might give them advantages? I don't know, but I'm definitely worried." Let's discuss something that happened in 2019 that has naval authorities deeply concerned and actively covering up. Submarines from multiple nations reported unusual encounters in the deep ocean. These weren't encounters with other submarines or known marine life. These were encounters with something unknown, something that shouldn't exist. The reports were remarkably consistent across different navies, which is how we know about them despite classification. Too many submariners saw the same things for it to remain completely secret. Sonar operators detected large objects moving at impossible speeds in deep water. Not missile fast, but faster than any known marine animal. Objects the size of school buses, accelerating from 0 to over 100 knots in seconds. This violates physics as we understand it. Water resistance should make such acceleration impossible for objects that size. The drag forces would be enormous. The energy required would be astronomical. But multiple submarines from different countries detected the same phenomena. In some cases, these objects would approach submarines, circling them at depth. They would maintain perfect distance, staying just beyond collision range, but close enough to be clearly tracked on sonar. The circling could last for minutes or hours. Then, without warning, the objects would accelerate away, disappearing from sonar in seconds, gone faster than tracking systems could follow. Naval personnel who witnessed these events described feeling genuine fear. One sonar operator reported, "It felt like we were being observed, like something was studying us." The way it maintained that perfect distance, the way it circled methodically, it felt intelligent. And when it left, when it just shot away faster than anything should move, I realized we were completely vulnerable. If that thing wanted to attack, we'd never see it coming. In at least 3 documented incidents that leaked through unofficial channels, submarines in the Atlantic simultaneously detected the same objects. Subs separated by hundreds of miles, all tracking objects that moved between them faster than anything should be able to move underwater. This suggested coordination. Multiple objects working together, moving between submarines, as if comparing them or communicating about them. What's most disturbing, these objects appear to be increasing in frequency. In 2019, there were 12 reported encounters across various navies. By 2020, over 30. By 2021, over 50. By 2023, encounters were happening weekly. Whatever these objects are, they're becoming more common or more bold. Naval authorities have classified these reports at the highest levels. Official explanations involve acoustical anomalies and equipment malfunctions. Press releases occasionally mention unusual marine life or unidentified biological contacts. But off the record, naval officers express genuine concern and confusion. One captain said anonymously, "We don't know what they are. We don't know what they want. We don't know if they're hostile or just curious. But they're there, they're real, and they're getting more common. And most disturbing, they're getting closer. Early encounters were at a distance. Now they're approaching to within meters of our hulls. It's like they're getting more comfortable around us, or less afraid. I'm not sure which possibility is worse." Some researchers have quietly suggested these objects might be undiscovered sea creatures with capabilities beyond anything we've seen. Perhaps deep-sea organisms that can achieve incredible speeds through biological mechanisms we don't understand. But the physics don't work. No biological organism could accelerate that fast without being crushed by G-forces or torn apart by water resistance. Others suggest the objects might not be biological at all. Perhaps they're autonomous vehicles, submarines from some nation with technology far beyond what's publicly known. But no nation has demonstrated anything close to this capability. And why would such advanced technology be repeatedly encountered in international waters by multiple navies? A third possibility, the one that keeps naval personnel awake at night. The objects are something else entirely. Not biological, not human technology, but something else that lives or operates in the deep ocean. Something that's been there all along, that we're only now detecting because our sonar technology has improved, or something that's recently arrived or become active. No one knows. But submarines now have protocols for these encounters, procedures for what to do when an unidentified fast-moving object approaches. The fact that such protocols exist is itself disturbing. It means the naval authorities take these encounters seriously enough to develop formal response procedures. It means they expect these encounters to continue and possibly escalate. And it means they're preparing for possibilities they won't discuss publicly. One submariner who left the service said in an anonymous interview, "I joined the Navy to protect my country from human threats. I never expected to encounter something in the ocean that made me question what threat means. Those objects, they're beyond our understanding. And the fact that my superiors won't tell us what they are or what we should do if they become hostile, that tells me they don't know either, and that's terrifying." Now let's talk about something discovered in 2020 that created genuine horror among the researchers involved and led to immediate classification of the findings. A deep-sea camera expedition to document Hadal Zone ecosystems deployed cameras at the bottom of the Philippine Trench. The cameras were designed to sit on the seafloor for weeks, recording continuously with bait to attract organisms. This was routine scientific work, the kind of expedition that's been done hundreds of times. When retrieved, the footage contained something that made the research team seriously consider destroying the recording. For the first 3 days, the footage showed typical deep-sea scenes. Occasional fish passing by, amphipods feeding on bait, the usual Hadal Zone activity. Everything normal, everything expected, but on day 4, something appeared in frame that changed everything. A creature unlike anything in biological records. It was large, at least 10 feet long from what could be seen. Its body was elongated and segmented, almost arthropod-like, but wrong in ways that are hard to describe. The segments weren't regular, like an arthropod's. They seemed to shift and rearrange as it moved. It had appendages, dozens of them, extending from various points along its body. But they didn't move like limbs. They writhed independently, each one seeming to have its own purpose, its own agenda. Some appeared to be sensing the environment, touching and probing the seafloor. Others seemed to be manipulating something the camera couldn't quite capture. Still others moved in patterns that seemed purposeful but incomprehensible. The creature's head, if it can be called that, was the most disturbing part. It had structures that looked like eyes, but there were too many, clusters of them, arranged in patterns around what might have been a mouth. The eyes didn't move in unison like normal eyes. Each one seemed to focus independently, looking in different directions simultaneously, and they reflected the camera's light in a way that eyes shouldn't. The reflection was wrong, the color off, suggesting structures that don't match any known eye anatomy. The creature approached the camera slowly, deliberately. It seemed to be examining the equipment, understanding what it was. Then it did something that made everyone who watched the footage deeply uncomfortable. It positioned itself directly in front of the camera, face to face with the lens, and it stayed there. For 11 hours, it remained motionless, facing the camera. The researchers said it felt like the creature was staring at them through the camera, like it knew someone would eventually watch this footage, like it was looking back through time at whoever would view this recording. One researcher described the experience. "I've watched thousands of hours of deep-sea footage. Animals approach cameras, investigate them, ignore them, or flee. But this was different. It felt like the creature understood what the camera was, that it represented observation from somewhere else, from the surface, from humans. and it chose to position itself there, to make sure we saw it clearly, to make sure we understood it was aware of us. That's not animal behavior. That's communication. That's intent. During those 11 hours, the creature barely moved. Only its appendages continued their independent writhing and probing, but every single one of those eyes remained fixed on the camera, watching, waiting. After 11 hours, the creature slowly backed away, maintaining eye contact with the camera as it retreated. It moved backward into the darkness, disappearing from view. But before it left completely, before it vanished into the abyss, it did something inexplicable. It reached out with one appendage, a long segmented limb that extended at least 15 feet, and it traced something in the sediment in front of the camera. Deliberately, carefully, it drew patterns in the seafloor mud, a series of lines and curves organized in clear sections, deliberate markings that took several minutes to complete. Then it backed away completely and was gone. The researchers analyzed that pattern extensively and exhaustively. They brought in mathematicians, linguists, cryptographers, symbologists. Everyone who studied it agreed it wasn't random. It had structure, organization, repeated elements, variations that suggested syntax or grammar. It looked intentional, like communication or writing. But without context, without understanding what language this might be, the pattern remains meaningless to us. We can see that it's probably communication, but we can't read it. It's like finding text in an unknown language with no Rosetta Stone to help translate. The footage was immediately classified at the highest levels. The research team was debriefed and asked not to discuss their findings publicly. They were told their discovery was a matter of national security. One researcher violated this agreement to speak anonymously, accepting the risk of prosecution. That thing knew we were watching through that camera. It understood that device represented observation from somewhere else, and it left us a message we can't read. That's not just an animal. That's something else, something intelligent enough to understand human technology, to recognize observation, and to attempt communication. We found something in the deepest part of the ocean that might be as intelligent as we are, or more so, and instead of trying to communicate back, instead of attempting to understand, we classified everything and pretended it didn't happen. That's not just a scientific failure, that's a moral failure. The footage is locked in classified databases. The pattern it drew in the sediment has been analyzed by the world's best code breakers and linguists. No progress has been made in decoding it. But here's what makes this even more disturbing. The research team tried to return to the exact location. They deployed cameras at the same depth, same coordinates. For months, they monitored continuously. Nothing appeared. The creature was never seen again. But on one occasion, the camera detected something in the sediment. New markings, different from what the creature had drawn before. More complex, more elaborate patterns. As if the creature had returned, found the camera, and left a more detailed message. Or perhaps a response. Something meant to help us understand the first message. But again, without context, the new markings are as incomprehensible as the first. We're receiving communication from something intelligent in the deep ocean, and we don't have the ability to understand it. That's not just disturbing, that's tragic. And it raises terrifying questions. How long has this creature existed down there? Are there more of them? Have they been trying to communicate with us before, and we never noticed? What do they want? Why now? And perhaps most disturbing, if they're intelligent enough to recognize our technology and attempt communication, what else are they capable of? Some researchers have quietly suggested that these creatures might have civilizations down there, that the deep ocean might harbor intelligent life that's developed culture, language, and technology in environments completely isolated from the surface. If true, it means we share the planet with another intelligent species that we've never acknowledged, and we're doing everything we can to avoid having to deal with that reality. Let's discuss something that happened in 2021 that has marine biologists questioning everything they thought they knew about marine life and predatory behavior. Fish farms in Norway started experiencing unusual problems. Fish in contained pens were dying in large numbers. At first, this was attributed to disease or water quality issues, the usual suspects in aquaculture mortality events. But examination revealed something that shouldn't be possible. The fish weren't dying from disease. They weren't dying from environmental stress. They were being killed, systematically, deliberately, efficiently. Something was entering the pens at night and killing fish without eating them. The fish had specific injuries, precise puncture wounds through the skull directly into the brain. These weren't bites or attacks from predators looking for food. These were targeted kills, execution style, as if something was practicing assassination techniques or conducting some form of culling. The wounds were too precise to be accidents. They were located at the exact spot where penetration would instantly kill the fish with minimal struggle. This suggested anatomical knowledge, understanding of fish physiology, and intent. Security cameras were installed to identify the culprit. What they captured was disturbing on multiple levels. Octopuses. Multiple octopuses working together in coordinated groups. They would arrive at the pens after dark, moving together with clear organization. They would enter the pens, select specific fish, and kill them with remarkable precision. One tentacle would hold the fish immobile, while another would pierce through a specific point on the skull. The killing technique was identical across different octopuses. They were all using the exact same method, suggesting learned behavior or direct instruction. This was taught killing, not instinctive hunting. But here's what made it truly disturbing. The octopuses didn't eat the fish. They killed hundreds of fish each night and left them floating. They weren't hunting for food. They were killing for some other purpose. The farm operators watched in horror as night after night octopuses conducted their systematic slaughter. Why would octopuses kill without eating? The researchers observing this behavior proposed several hypotheses, none of them comforting. One possibility: they were practicing, learning to kill efficiently for some future purpose, treating the fish farm as a training ground. Another possibility: they were sending a message, demonstrating capability, showing that they could kill if they chose to, warning humans away from the ocean or from specific areas. A third possibility: they were conducting experiments, studying killing techniques, refining their methods, learning about fish physiology through systematic execution. All three possibilities suggest a level of intelligence and organization that we're not prepared to accept in octopuses. The farm operators tried various deterrents to protect their fish: nets with smaller mesh to keep octopuses out, electrical barriers, acoustic deterrents, chemical repellents. Everything they could think of. Nothing worked. The octopuses adapted to every single measure. They found weaknesses in nets and exploited them. They learned to avoid electrical barriers or tolerate the shocks. They ignored acoustic deterrents after brief exposure. They weren't affected by chemical repellents. It was as if they were testing the defenses, learning from each failure, and systematically overcoming every obstacle. This level of problem-solving and adaptability is terrifying to observe in a hunting context. Eventually, after months of nightly octopus attacks, the farms had to be abandoned in those locations. The economic losses were enormous. But the psychological impact on the workers was worse. Several quit the industry entirely, saying they couldn't work in the ocean anymore. One worker said in an interview, "Every night we'd watch them come, dozens of octopuses, moving together like a military unit. They'd systematically enter the pens, kill with precision, and leave. It looked like an organized military operation, like we were watching soldiers conducting raids. And the way they adapted to everything we tried, they're smarter than we are. At least in this context, they outthought us at every turn. That's humbling and terrifying." Marine biologists studying the phenomenon describe the octopus's behavior as disturbingly purposeful and uncomfortably intelligent. But what disturbed them most was what happened after the farms were removed. The octopuses didn't leave the area. They stayed, patrolling the locations where the fish farms had been, as if guarding the territory, making sure humans didn't return. Local fishermen report that octopus behavior in the entire region has changed dramatically. They describe the octopuses as more aggressive and apparently organized. Boats that venture into certain areas are approached by groups of octopuses, not individual animals, but coordinated groups of up to a dozen octopuses swimming together. They don't attack, but they make their presence known. They surface near boats, display aggressive coloration, and maintain position as if warning boats away. Some fishermen have stopped working in those areas entirely. One said, "I've fished these waters for 30 years, never seen octopuses act like this. They're working together, claiming territory, warning us away. That's not animal behavior. That's political behavior. That's organized resistance. And it scares the hell out of me." But here's the most disturbing part of this story. The systematic killing at Norwegian fish farms wasn't an isolated incident. Similar events have been reported at fish farms in Scotland, Chile, Japan, and Canada. Different locations, different octopus species, but the same behavior pattern: coordinated attacks, precision killing, systematic destruction without consumption. As if the behavior is spreading globally across octopus populations. As if they're sharing techniques, teaching each other, or responding to some common stimulus or directive. The possibility that octopuses might be coordinating actions across oceans, across species, is deeply unsettling. It suggests communication and organization at scales we've never imagined in marine invertebrates. And it suggests that octopuses might be far more aware of and responsive to human activities than we've ever believed. One marine biologist studying these events across multiple locations said, "If this behavior is coordinated, if octopuses are sharing information and techniques globally, it changes everything we know about marine intelligence. It means they have communication networks, cultural transmission, and possibly even social structures that span oceans. And the fact that they're targeting human installations, that they're systematically destroying fish farms without economic benefit to themselves, that suggests intent beyond simple predation, that suggests statement making, that suggests they might be trying to tell us something, and what they're telling us is, stay out of our ocean." Now let's talk about something discovered in 2022 that suggests the ocean might be more aware than we want to believe. Researchers studying bioluminescence patterns across multiple years of satellite and submersible data noticed something that made them deeply uncomfortable. In certain areas of the ocean, bioluminescent organisms flash in patterns that appear to respond to human activity. Not just random increases in activity, but specific, organized responses. When research vessels enter certain zones, bioluminescence increases in patterns that seem to track the ship's movements. When submarines pass through at depth, the light patterns change in ways that seem to follow the submarine's paths. This could be explained as organisms responding to disturbance, to water movement, or acoustic signals from vessels. But the patterns are too specific, too organized. They're not general alarm responses or startle reactions. The bioluminescence seems to highlight human vessels, drawing attention to our presence in specific ways. It's as if the ocean itself is pointing at us, saying, "There's something foreign here." Some researchers have described feeling watched when working in these zones. One said, "It's like being in a dark room and having someone point a flashlight at you. The ocean knows we're there and is making sure everything else knows too." It's deeply unsettling to feel identified, marked, tracked by millions of tiny lights. More disturbing, the patterns seem to be coordinating across vast distances. When a ship enters the Atlantic, bioluminescence patterns in the Pacific change in corresponding ways. When submarines dive in the Arctic, bioluminescence in the Antarctic responds, as if the ocean is communicating with itself about human activity, sharing information globally about our presence and movements. This suggests a level of coordination and communication across ocean ecosystems that shouldn't be possible. Bioluminescent organisms are diverse, from bacteria to jellyfish to deep-sea fish. They don't share nervous systems or obvious communication methods. How could they possibly coordinate across thousands of miles? One biologist proposed a disturbing hypothesis. What if the ocean's bioluminescent organisms form a kind of nervous system? What if the ocean has awareness at a planetary scale, with billions of light-producing organisms serving as sensors and neurons? They detect things entering the ocean. They communicate through light patterns we're only beginning to understand, and they coordinate responses across global distances. The ocean might be aware in a way that's completely alien to how we understand consciousness, but aware nonetheless. This sounds like science fiction, like giving the ocean properties it can't have. But the patterns are real and thoroughly documented. The coordination is measurable and repeatable. Something is causing billions of organisms across multiple oceans to respond to human activity in organized ways. Either there's communication between organisms that we fundamentally don't understand, or we're observing something even more profound. The possibility that the ocean itself might be aware, might have some form of distributed consciousness, is terrifying to contemplate. Because if the ocean is aware, then every ship we launch, every submarine we deploy, every sonar we activate, every bit of pollution we dump, the ocean knows. It's watching us. It's tracking what we do, and perhaps it's coordinating responses. The bioluminescence patterns don't just mark our presence. Sometimes they seem to guide marine life toward or away from human vessels, as if the ocean is directing its inhabitants how to respond to us. In some documented cases, the bioluminescence patterns have preceded attacks on fishing equipment. The lights flash in specific patterns, then sharks or other predators appear and damage nets or lines. As if the ocean is saying, "Here's a target, here's what's harming us." Fishermen in some regions have learned to recognize these patterns and leave the area immediately. They've learned through experience that when the ocean lights up in certain ways, something bad is about to happen to their equipment, or sometimes their boats. One fisherman described it, "The ocean tells you when you're not welcome." The lights start moving in ways that make your hair stand up, patterns that look angry. If light can look angry, we've learned to listen. When the ocean talks, you pay attention or you pay consequences. The scientific establishment has been reluctant to investigate this phenomenon thoroughly because the implications are too unsettling. If the ocean has awareness, even distributed awareness, it changes everything about how we interact with it. It means the ocean isn't just an environment, it's potentially an entity that might have interests, preferences, and the ability to respond to threats. And we've been treating it like an inert resource for centuries. If the ocean is aware, and has been watching us pollute it, overfishing it, warming it, destroying its ecosystems. What might it do in response? What could a planet-sized organism with billions of cells and ancient intelligence decide to do about the species that's been harming it? These are questions that keep some marine biologists awake at night, questions they whisper about in private but won't say publicly because they sound insane. But the data is there. The patterns are real. The coordination is measurable, and pretending it doesn't exist doesn't make it go away. Now let's discuss something that happened in 2023 that has cryptographers, marine biologists, and intelligence agencies equally disturbed. Dolphins have been recorded making sounds that appear to be encoded communication, encrypted in ways that shouldn't exist in non-human species. We've known for decades that dolphin communication is complex. They use whistles, clicks, and burst pulse sounds in sophisticated combinations. But analysis of recordings from the past few years has revealed something unprecedented. Dolphin vocalizations contain mathematical structures that match principles used in human cryptography. The sounds have redundancy, error correction codes, and nested information structures that suggest multiple layers of meaning. This level of communication sophistication shouldn't exist in any non-human species. But what's truly disturbing, when researchers tried to decode these communications, the patterns changed. Within weeks of researchers beginning analysis, the dolphins started using different encoding methods, as if they realized someone was listening and adapted their encryption to maintain security. This suggests not just intelligence, but awareness of the risks of communication interception. It suggests strategic thinking, understanding that messages can be monitored and need protection. Some researchers believe dolphins have been using encrypted communication for thousands of years, possibly for as long as they've existed as a species. We just didn't recognize it because we assumed animal communication was simple and straightforward. But if dolphins can encrypt messages, what are they hiding? What information is so important that it needs to be protected from interception? One researcher who studied these patterns extensively said it's like discovering that dolphins have been running secure communications networks while we assumed they were just whistling at each other. The level of information security suggests they're coordinating complex activities that they don't want observed or understood. What are they organizing? What are they planning? Should we be concerned? I honestly don't know, but the fact that they're going to such lengths to hide their communications suggests those communications are significant. The encrypted dolphin communications have become a subject of quiet government interest. Intelligence agencies have approached marine biology researchers wanting access to recordings and analysis. They want to know what dolphins are saying, what they might be coordinating, because if animals can develop encryption independently, it suggests levels of strategic thinking and organization that make them unpredictable and potentially problematic. Some researchers have refused to cooperate with intelligence agencies, saying they won't help militarize marine biology research. Others have cooperated but remain troubled by the implications. One said, "I never thought I'd be helping intelligence agencies decrypt dolphin communications. It feels wrong, invasive. These are intelligent creatures with private conversations. Do they have a right to privacy? Do they have a right to encrypted communications?" These aren't questions we've ever had to ask before, and I'm not sure we're ready to answer them ethically. But here's what makes this even more disturbing. The encrypted communications appear to be coordinated across dolphin populations globally. Dolphins in the Atlantic use similar encryption methods to dolphins in the Pacific. Despite having no obvious contact, despite being different species, they're using compatible communication security. This suggests either the encryption methods are instinctive encoded genetically somehow. Or dolphins have ways of sharing information globally that we don't know about. Or dolphin populations were in contact in the past and shared communication technologies that have been preserved across generations. All three possibilities are profoundly unsettling. And there's another aspect that's been quietly discovered, but not widely discussed. Some of the encrypted dolphin communications contain patterns that match mathematical sequences that humans only recently discovered. Prime numbers, Fibonacci sequences, even patterns related to complex mathematical concepts. Either dolphins have independently developed advanced mathematics, or they have access to mathematical principles through some means we don't understand. One mathematician who analyzed the patterns said, "I found mathematical structures in dolphin communications that I've never seen in human languages, patterns that seem to encode numerical information in incredibly efficient ways. If dolphins are doing mathematics through their communications, they might be doing it more efficiently than we do. That's humbling and terrifying." The ocean's intelligent species might have private conversations that we'll never fully understand. And maybe that's by design. Maybe they don't want us to understand. Maybe they're deliberately keeping secrets from us, protecting information they don't want humans to access. And if they're that concerned about security, what are they protecting? What do dolphins know that they're working so hard to keep from us? Let's talk about something discovered off the coast of Japan that has researchers genuinely frightened and has led to the area being declared off-limits to civilian vessels. An underwater cave system was being explored by a submersible in 2023 when cameras captured something that shouldn't exist. In a chamber over a mile, underwater, in caves that have been sealed for thousands or possibly millions of years, the camera illuminated walls covered in markings. Not natural formations created by water flow or geological processes. Carved symbols, deliberately made, arranged in organized patterns across every surface. These carvings were made with tools, by something intelligent, by something that understood written communication. But they're over a mile underwater in caves that have been sealed for geological timescales. No human technology could have reached these depths when the carvings were made. The pressure at that depth would crush any human. No ancient culture had the technology to access these caves, and the carvings themselves don't match any known human culture or writing system. The symbols are intricate, systematic, suggesting a complex language or recording system. Some symbols repeat frequently, like common words or letters. Others appear rarely, suggesting specialized terms or concepts. The arrangement is organized, flowing in clear lines from one section to another, like text in a book. Who made these carvings? What were they recording? The only logical explanation: something intelligent lived in or accessed these caves when they were being carved. Something that could survive at crushing depths. Something that used tools and had written language. Something that existed before or alongside human civilization. The research team documented the carvings extensively over multiple dives. They photographed and mapped thousands of symbols across multiple chambers. The cave system is extensive, going deeper than the submersible could safely navigate, and every surface they could reach was covered in carvings. Walls, ceilings, floors, every available space was used for these markings. This wasn't casual notation. This wasn't decoration. This was extensive documentation or communication, massive amounts of information recorded and preserved. One researcher described it as finding the Library of Alexandria underwater, written by something that isn't human, in a language we can't read. Linguists have attempted to decode the symbols. They've used every technique available: frequency analysis, pattern recognition, comparison with known languages, mathematical approaches, AI analysis. No progress has been made. The symbols remain completely incomprehensible. We can see that it's writing, that it's organized, that it has structure, but we can't read a single word. We don't know what it says, who wrote it, or why. What's deeply disturbing is that the carvings appear throughout the cave system, going deeper and deeper into the earth beneath the ocean. The caves extend for miles into the seafloor, and based on sonar mapping, every chamber is covered in these carved symbols. This suggests an enormous amount of information, perhaps equivalent to entire libraries of human knowledge, recorded by something that lived in the deep ocean thousands or millions of years ago, something that had culture, language, and the desire to record information. The Japanese government has declared the area restricted. No further exploration is allowed without explicit permission, which hasn't been granted since the initial discovery. Official explanations call the markings unusual geological formations, but the researchers who saw them know better. One spoke anonymously, risking prosecution. Those aren't geological formations. Those are words, sentences, books worth of information carved into stone by someone or something with intelligence and purpose. We found evidence of a literate civilization in the deep ocean, and instead of trying to understand it, we locked it away and pretended it doesn't exist. That's not science. That's fear. We're afraid of what those carvings might tell us, afraid of what it means if something intelligent lived in the ocean before us. And here's what makes it even more disturbing. Similar carved caves have been found in other locations, off the coast of Norway, in the Mediterranean, near New Zealand. Different locations, different cave systems, but similar carved symbols. Not identical, which would suggest one source, but similar enough to suggest related languages or connected cultures, as if there was a civilization or multiple related civilizations living in underwater caves globally, something with language, culture, and the ability to create permanent records. And we have no idea what happened to them. Did they die out? Did they leave? Are they still down there, deeper than we can go, avoiding human contact? These are questions we can't answer because we've refused to seriously investigate. The carvings are locked away, classified, ignored, and we continue pretending that humans are the only intelligent species that has ever existed on this planet. But the evidence in those caves suggests otherwise. The evidence suggests that the ocean has harbored intelligence before, intelligence that built cultures, that created language, that recorded knowledge, and that intelligence might still be down there, watching us, wondering why we don't respond to the messages they left. As we move deeper into these disturbing discoveries, certain patterns become clear. The ocean isn't just mysterious, it actively resists our understanding. Every time we think we're close to comprehending it, we discover something that overturns our assumptions. Creatures with impossible intelligence, behaviors that suggest organization and purpose, evidence of awareness and communication at scales we can't explain, hints of civilizations or cultures in the deep that predate human civilization. And throughout all of this, a sense that we're being observed, studied, evaluated by something in the ocean that we don't want to acknowledge, because acknowledging it would mean admitting that the ocean isn't ours to control, that the ocean has its own interests, its own inhabitants, its own history, that we're newcomers to a planet that's been dominated by oceans since before life existed on land, and that the ocean's inhabitants might have intelligence, culture, and capabilities that rival or exceed our own. These are uncomfortable truths, truths that challenge human exceptionalism, our belief that we're the only intelligent species that matters. So we classify discoveries. We suppress findings. We pretend we don't see what's clearly there, because admitting the truth would require us to change everything about how we interact with the ocean, and we're not ready to do that. We're not ready to treat the ocean as something that might be aware, might be intelligent, might have rights. So we continue as we have, harvesting the ocean's resources, polluting its waters, disrupting its ecosystems. And the ocean continues watching, documenting our actions through its distributed awareness. The ocean continues communicating through its encrypted signals that we can't decode. The ocean continues leaving messages in deep caves that we refuse to read. And perhaps the ocean is waiting to see if we'll learn to understand before it's too late. Waiting to see if we'll recognize the intelligence around us before we've destroyed what we don't understand. Because that's the real disturbing truth behind all these discoveries. The ocean isn't just mysterious, it's patient. And it's been here far longer than we have. And it's been here far longer than we have. It will be here far longer than we will. And it's watching everything we do. Now let's discuss something that was discovered in early 2024 that has created panic among certain government agencies and marine research institutions. A fishing trawler off the coast of Iceland pulled up something in their nets that shouldn't exist. Not a creature, not debris, but an object. An artificial object made of materials that don't corrode in seawater. The object was roughly cylindrical, about 3 feet long, covered in the same symbols that were found in those underwater caves off Japan. But this object wasn't carved stone. It was metal, or something like metal, smooth and perfectly preserved, despite what appeared to be extreme age. The fishermen didn't recognize what they had found. They reported it to authorities as unusual debris, thinking it might be from a submarine or research vessel. When experts examined it, they realized immediately that this was something extraordinary and disturbing. The material composition was unlike anything in our metallurgy. It contained elements that shouldn't exist together in an alloy, elements that would normally react destructively with each other, but somehow remain stable. And it was old. Radioactive dating suggested the object was at least 15,000 years old, possibly much older, but the symbols covering it were identical to the symbols carved in those deep-sea caves. This means whoever carved those caves also worked metal. They had metallurgy, they had manufacturing capability, they had technology. 15,000 years ago or more, something intelligent in the ocean was creating metal objects with writing on them. The object was confiscated immediately. The fishermen were paid for their silence. The trawler's crew was interviewed extensively and told not to discuss what they'd found. But word leaked out, as it always does. Other fishermen started reporting similar finds. Objects pulled up in nets, found on beaches, discovered by divers. All with the same characteristics, ancient metal that shouldn't exist, covered in unreadable symbols. Governments began collecting these objects quietly. Special programs were established to recover them without public knowledge. One researcher who worked on cataloging these objects said, "We've recovered over 300 artifacts so far. They're found globally in all major oceans. They range from small tools to large structural pieces. Whatever made these had sophisticated technology. They were building things, creating infrastructure, leaving traces all over the ocean floor, and we've been finding their artifacts for decades, but calling them unexplained debris and filing them away because we didn't want to admit what they meant." But here's what's truly disturbing about these artifacts. Some of them still work. Several objects have moving parts that still function after thousands or millions of years underwater. Some produce faint energy readings, as if they contain power sources that haven't depleted. Others emit signals, low-frequency pulses, that can be detected with the right equipment. These aren't just ancient objects. These are ancient machines, still functioning, still powered, still transmitting. What are they transmitting? Who are they transmitting to? Attempts to decode the signals have failed, just like attempts to decode the written symbols. But the signals are clearly structured, clearly communicating something. One engineer studying the objects said, "These are beacons, they're signaling positions, broadcasting information. They've been doing it for thousands of years, powered by technology we can't understand." And the terrifying question is, what are they calling to? What's supposed to receive these signals? And is it still out there? Some objects have been carefully disassembled to study their construction. Inside, researchers found structures that look like circuitry but aren't electronic. Mechanisms that look like they manipulate energy but through principles we don't understand. Materials that shouldn't be able to form the structures they're in. It's technology, but not like any technology we've developed. It works on different principles, uses different materials, achieves purposes we can only guess at. One materials scientist who examined several artifacts said this is like finding a smartphone in ancient Egypt. It's technology so far beyond what should exist in that time period that it forces you to reconsider everything you know about history and technological development. Except this is worse, because we don't even understand the principles behind how these devices work. At least with a smartphone, an ancient person might eventually figure out it uses electricity. This, we don't even know what question to ask. And here's the most disturbing development. In the past year, some of the artifacts have started changing their behavior. Objects that have been dormant for years suddenly activated. Beacons that transmitted at regular intervals started transmitting more frequently. Devices that showed minimal energy readings started showing increased power output. It's as if something triggered them, something woke them up, or told them to increase activity. What could cause ancient artifacts to suddenly change their behavior after thousands of years? The only explanation anyone can think of: they're responding to something. Either something in the ocean is activating them remotely, or they're programmed to activate under certain conditions that have now been met, or they're part of a countdown, and that countdown is reaching its conclusion. None of these possibilities is comforting. Governments are now recovering these artifacts as rapidly as possible, trying to collect them before the public becomes aware of their existence. But there are hundreds, possibly thousands of them scattered across ocean floors globally. And if they're all activating, all increasing their transmissions, all building towards something, what happens when they reach full activation? What arrives to receive their signals? These are questions that keep officials awake at night. Questions they can't answer, but know they should be preparing for. Let's talk about something observed in 2024 by multiple commercial fishing vessels that created such concern that fishing in certain regions has been quietly suspended. Fishermen in the North Pacific started reporting their catches were being stolen. Not by pirates, not by other vessels, but by something in the water. They would pull up nets full of fish, and as the nets approached the surface, something would attack from below. Not eat the fish, but remove them from the nets. Systematically, efficiently, releasing fish from nets that were still underwater. At first, fishermen thought their nets were torn, that fish were escaping through damage. But examination showed the nets weren't torn. They were opened. Net closures that should be secure were being unfastened. Knots were being untied. Mechanical closures were being manipulated open. Something was deliberately freeing fish from nets. Underwater cameras were deployed to document what was happening. What they captured was shocking. Groups of dolphins working together with extraordinary coordination. They would approach nets from below, examine the closure mechanisms, then manipulate them open. Dolphins working in teams, some holding the net steady, while others worked on freeing the fish. They understood how human nets worked. They understood that fish inside wanted to escape, and they understood how to free them. This is sophisticated problem solving combined with apparent empathy for trapped animals. But what's disturbing isn't just that dolphins are smart enough to do this. What's disturbing is the organization. This wasn't random helpful behavior by individual dolphins. This was coordinated across multiple dolphin pods, occurring simultaneously in locations hundreds of miles apart. Dolphins that shouldn't have any contact with each other were using identical techniques to free fish from nets, as if they'd been trained or instructed or programmed to target fishing operations. The fishing industry tried various countermeasures, new net designs that were supposedly dolphin-proof, deterrent devices to keep dolphins away, faster net retrieval to minimize time underwater. Nothing worked. Dolphins adapted to every change within days or weeks. New net designs were figured out and defeated. Deterrents were ignored or avoided. Even fast retrieval didn't help because dolphins were waiting at the optimal depth to intercept. The efficiency of their responses suggested they were sharing information rapidly across large distances. One fishing captain described it. It's like fighting an enemy that can think and adapt faster than you can plan. Every time we change tactics, they've already figured out the counter. It's not just intelligence, it's organized intelligence with better communication than we have. Several fishing companies have quietly suspended operations in affected areas. The economic losses are enormous, but the alternative is continuing to work in waters where every catch is intercepted. And here's what makes this even more disturbing. The net-freeing behavior has started spreading to other species. Seals have been observed mimicking dolphin techniques. Some large fish appear to be learning to manipulate net closures. Even octopuses have been documented working with dolphins to free trapped fish. It's as if multiple species are coordinating, teaching each other, working together against human fishing operations. One marine biologist studying this phenomenon said, "We're watching the emergence of multi-species cooperation targeting human activities, different animals with different capabilities working together toward a common goal, disrupting human fishing. That's unprecedented. That's organized resistance, and it's spreading faster than anything I've seen in animal behavior research." The fishing industry has asked for government help. But what can governments do? You can't declare war on dolphins and seals. You can't arrest animals for freeing fish. You can't prosecute marine life for economic sabotage. So the industry is quietly retreating from affected areas, abandoning fisheries that have operated for generations. And the areas where marine life has successfully disrupted fishing are expanding. What started in the North Pacific has spread to the Atlantic, to the Mediterranean, to waters off South America and Africa, as if the behavior is being communicated globally, spreading through ocean-wide networks we don't understand. One economist who studied the impacts said, if this continues spreading, if marine life successfully disrupts fishing operations globally, the economic impacts will be catastrophic. Millions depend on fishing for food and livelihood. But more disturbing than the economics is what it represents: marine life organizing effectively to resist human activities. That's not just animal behavior. That's political action. That's species-level resistance. And we have no framework for dealing with it. Now let's discuss something that was documented in late 2024 that has climatologists, oceanographers, and defense analysts all deeply concerned. Ocean temperatures in certain regions started changing in patterns that don't match any climate model. Not gradual warming, which is expected and understood, sudden localized temperature changes that appear and disappear without obvious cause. Areas of ocean that suddenly become several degrees warmer or cooler than surrounding water, maintaining that temperature difference for days or weeks, then returning to normal. These temperature anomalies are too large and too rapid to be explained by currents, upwelling, or weather patterns. And they're occurring in locations that seem strategically significant, near major shipping lanes, close to submarine routes, in areas where naval exercises occur, around underwater communication cables. The pattern suggests these aren't natural phenomena. But if they're not natural, what's causing them? One hypothesis that's been quietly discussed: biological heat generation. Perhaps massive concentrations of organisms are generating heat through metabolism, but the heat required would need impossibly dense biological masses. Calculations suggest you'd need billions of organisms packed into small volumes, generating heat at rates that would kill them. Another hypothesis: underwater thermal vents we haven't discovered, but the temperature anomalies move, and thermal vents are stationary. The most disturbing hypothesis: these are deliberate. Something is creating these temperature anomalies, intentionally manipulating ocean temperature in specific locations. But what and why? Temperature changes affect ocean currents, which affect global climate. They affect marine life distribution and behavior. They affect human shipping and naval operations. If something can create temperature anomalies deliberately, it's wielding enormous power. The ability to manipulate ocean temperature is the ability to influence climate, ecosystems, and human activities. One oceanographer studying these anomalies said, if these temperature changes are deliberate, if something in the ocean can create them on demand, that's terrifying. It means something has the capability to affect the entire planet's climate system. It means we're not the only force that can alter global temperature, and it means we're potentially in conflict with something that has capabilities we can't match. The temperature anomalies have been increasing in frequency and intensity. In early 2024, they were rare and mild. By late 2024, they're occurring weekly and producing temperature differences of 5 degrees or more. What happens if this escalates? What happens if these temperature manipulations become more extreme or more widespread? Could something in the ocean alter global climate faster than human activity has? Could the ocean defend itself against warming by creating cooling events that override our effects? Or could it accelerate warming, making conditions worse? These are questions that climate scientists never thought they'd have to ask. They've always assumed the ocean was passive, that temperature changes were driven by external forces. The possibility that the ocean might be an active participant in climate, deliberately adjusting temperatures, is paradigm-shattering. Defense analysts are equally concerned, but for different reasons. If the temperature anomalies are deliberate and targeted at strategic locations, they might be attempts to disrupt human naval and commercial activities, making certain routes uncomfortable or dangerous, interfering with submarine operations by creating thermal layers that affect sonar, forcing ships to alter courses, making their movements predictable. One defense analyst said, if this is deliberate, if something is targeting our maritime operations with temperature manipulation, we're facing a form of warfare we've never encountered. We can't shoot at temperature. We can't negotiate with the ocean. We can't even identify who or what we'd be in conflict with. How do you fight an enemy that might be the ocean itself? Let's talk about something that happened just months ago that has created absolute terror among a small group of researchers and officials who know about it. A deep-sea research submersible was conducting a dive in the Challenger Deep, the deepest point in the Mariana Trench. This was supposed to be a routine scientific dive, documenting deep sea life and taking measurements. At maximum depth, nearly 7 miles down, the submersible's cameras captured something that made the pilot immediately abort the dive and surface. The footage has been classified at levels above top secret. Almost no one has been allowed to see it, but those who have described being unable to sleep afterward. At the deepest point on Earth, in crushing pressure and absolute darkness, the cameras illuminated something that shouldn't exist. A structure, not a natural formation, not a geological feature. A structure with clear geometric shapes, right angles, deliberate construction. It was enormous, disappearing into darkness beyond the camera's range. The visible portions showed surfaces that were too smooth to be natural, and it was covered in those same symbols that have been found in underwater caves and on recovered artifacts. This structure, whatever it is, was built by the same intelligence that left messages in caves and created those ancient devices. But this structure is at the deepest point on Earth, in conditions that would instantly kill any human, in a place we can barely reach with our most advanced technology. Whatever built this could survive and work at the bottom of the deepest trench. The submersible pilot tried to approach for closer examination. As they moved toward the structure, sensors detected something. Movement. Something near the structure was moving, something large. The pilot immediately reversed course and began emergency ascent procedures. As they ascended, they detected multiple large contacts on sonar, things following them up from the depths. The pilot pushed the submersible to maximum ascent rate, racing toward the surface. The contacts followed for over 2 miles of depth, then suddenly broke off and returned to the depths. When the submersible reached the surface, everyone on the support ship could see the pilot was in shock. The footage was immediately confiscated. The pilot was debriefed and ordered never to discuss what was seen. The entire dive data was classified, but the pilot violated orders and spoke to one person before disappearing into protective custody. That person said, "The pilot told me there's a city down there, an entire city at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, and it's inhabited. Something lives there, something that built structures 7 miles underwater, and they don't want us there. They made that very clear." The structure in the Challenger Deep has not been visited again. Officially, that area of the trench is now off limits for environmental protection reasons. But those who know the truth understand the real reason. We found something at the deepest point on Earth that we're not ready to deal with. Evidence of intelligent civilization existing at depths we can barely reach, in conditions we can't survive. A civilization that might predate human civilization. A civilization that might still be active. A civilization that clearly doesn't want to be disturbed. One official who saw the classified footage said, "That structure didn't look abandoned, it looked maintained. It looked inhabited. Like we'd found someone's home, and they were there when we knocked on the door, and they made it clear we should leave and not come back." The implications are staggering. If there's a city at the bottom of the Mariana Trench, there might be others in other trenches. The Hadal zones, the deepest parts of the ocean, might harbor entire civilizations that we've never detected because we've barely explored those depths. We've been living on a planet with other intelligent beings and never known it because they live in places we can't easily reach. And now that we've found them, they've made it clear they don't want contact. But here's what terrifies officials most. If there are civilizations at the bottom of ocean trenches in the Hadal zones, they've been there for a very long time. Long enough to build cities in the most extreme environment on Earth. Long enough to develop technology that works at crushing pressures in absolute darkness. long enough to spread across multiple trenches globally if the artifacts found elsewhere are any indication. They've been there all along, beneath our feet, living in parallel with human civilization, watching us evolve, watching us develop technology, watching us spread across the planet, and they've chosen not to reveal themselves until now, until we developed the technology to reach their depths, until we started intruding on their territory. Now they're making themselves known, not through contact, but through warnings, the organized behaviors in marine life, the artifacts activating, the temperature anomalies. All of it might be their way of saying, we're here, we've always been here, and you need to be careful. One researcher who's been studying all these phenomena together said, what if everything we've been seeing, all these disturbing discoveries, are connected? What if they're all manifestations of the same thing, not random mysteries, but deliberate communications or warnings from an intelligence that lives in the deep ocean? They're showing us what they're capable of. They're demonstrating that they can organize marine life, manipulate ocean temperature, activate ancient technology. They're showing us their power, and maybe that's because they want us to understand our place. They were here first. The ocean is their domain, and we're the new arrivals who need to learn respect. Let's discuss something that brings all of this together, something that's been happening gradually, but has now reached a point where it can't be ignored. Fishermen, divers, sailors, researchers, anyone who spends significant time in or on the ocean has been reporting a feeling, a sense that they're being watched. Not paranoia, not imagination, but a consistent feeling across thousands of independent reports. The ocean feels different now than it did years ago. It feels aware. People describe entering the water and feeling immediate presence, as if something is paying attention to them. One diver described it, I've been diving for 20 years. I've always felt alone underwater, except for the marine life around me. But in the past year, that's changed. Now when I dive, I feel watched, not by fish or other animals, but by the water itself, like the ocean has eyes everywhere, and they're all looking at me. It's so intense that I've started limiting my dive times. I can't shake the feeling that I'm intruding somewhere I'm not welcome. This isn't isolated to one region or one type of person. Commercial fishermen in Alaska report it. Navy submariners in the Atlantic report it. Researchers in the Pacific report it. Recreational sailors in the Caribbean report it. Everyone who spends time in the ocean describes the same sensation. The ocean is aware, and it's paying attention to human activity. Psychologists have tried to explain this as mass hysteria or shared delusion driven by media coverage of ocean mysteries. But the reports predate any significant media coverage, and they're too consistent, too widespread, too detailed to be simple imagination. Something has changed in how the ocean feels to human perception. One explanation that's being proposed, the ocean's bioluminescent organisms, its distributed awareness system, is now focusing on humans specifically. We've crossed some threshold of activity or intrusion that made us worth monitoring closely. And now the ocean's sensor network, its billions of light-producing cells, are all oriented toward detecting and tracking human presence. When you enter the ocean now, you're immediately identified, catalogued, and monitored. Every movement you make is observed by countless tiny organisms that report to something larger. The feeling of being watched isn't psychological. It's accurate perception of what's actually happening. Another explanation is more disturbing. Perhaps the intelligence at the bottom of the trenches, the civilization in the Hadal zones, has decided to monitor surface activity more actively. They're paying attention to what humans are doing. They're watching us the way we might watch ants that have started approaching our homes, curious, concerned, evaluating whether we're a threat or a nuisance that needs to be addressed. And humans sensitive enough to feel that observation are picking up on it, sensing the weight of ancient attention from beings that have lived in the deep far longer than humans have walked the land. One fisherman described it perfectly. It's like when you're alone at night and you suddenly know someone's looking at you through the window. That instinct that tells you you're being observed, even though you can't see them. That's what being on the ocean feels like now. Something's at the window, looking in, and it's been there all along. We just never noticed until recently. This sense of being watched has started affecting human behavior around the ocean. Some commercial fishermen have quit the industry, saying they can't work under that constant feeling of surveillance. Some divers have stopped diving, unable to shake the sense that they're intruding. Naval recruitment is having difficulty finding submariners as more people refuse to spend time in underwater vessels where the feeling of being watched is even more intense. One former submariner said, "Imagine being in a metal tube 1,000 feet underwater, and you feel eyes on you through walls of steel. You know there's something outside in the water, something aware, something watching, and you know that if it wanted to, it could probably crush your submarine like a tin can. That feeling never stops when you're underwater now. It's psychologically unbearable." The ocean is changing its relationship with humanity. For thousands of years, we've treated it as a resource, a transportation medium, a dumping ground. We've never considered that it might be aware, might be intelligent, might be inhabited by beings with their own interests and capabilities. But now the evidence is overwhelming. The organized behaviors in marine life, the encrypted communications, the ancient artifacts activating, the temperature manipulations, the structures in the trenches, the sense of being watched. All of it points to the same conclusion. The ocean is aware. The ocean is intelligent. The ocean is inhabited. And the ocean is responding to human activity, not passively accepting what we do to it, but actively resisting, organizing, demonstrating capability. The ocean is showing us that it has power, power to manipulate its inhabitants, power to affect global climate, power to disrupt human activities, power that we can't match or control. And perhaps that's the message. Perhaps all these disturbing discoveries are the ocean's way of telling us, you don't own this place, you never did, and you need to start treating it with respect. Because we share this planet with an intelligence that's older, larger, and more powerful than human civilization. An intelligence that's been patient with our activities, tolerant of our intrusions, permissive of our exploitation. But that patience might be running out. The escalating frequency of unusual events suggests urgency. The increasing boldness of organized marine life suggests confidence. The activation of ancient artifacts suggests preparation. For what? Nobody knows. But those who study these phenomena are increasingly worried. They see patterns in the data that suggest things are building towards something. Some threshold is being approached. Some decision point is coming. And when it arrives, the ocean might respond in ways that we're not prepared for. One researcher studying all these phenomena said, "I think we're in a grace period, a final warning period. The ocean is showing us what it can do, demonstrating its capabilities, giving us a chance to change our behavior. But if we don't, if we continue as we have, I think we'll find out what happens when the ocean stops being patient. And I don't think we'll like the answer." As we reach the end of this exploration of disturbing ocean discoveries, for every mystery discussed here, there are dozens more that remain classified or undiscovered. For every disturbing finding that's being documented, there are countless others that people are too frightened to report or that authorities suppress. The ocean is full of things we don't understand, don't want to understand, and perhaps shouldn't understand. But ignorance doesn't protect us. Pretending these discoveries don't exist doesn't make them go away. The ocean is aware. The ocean is inhabited. The ocean is responding to what we do, and those responses are becoming more frequent, more organized, more concerning. Let's talk about something that happened in early 2025 that has scientists genuinely questioning whether we've entered a new phase of ocean behavior. Research stations around the world started detecting coordinated changes in ocean chemistry, not gradual changes from pollution or climate change, which are well documented and understood. Sudden, deliberate alterations in water composition in specific locations. pH levels changing rapidly in ways that benefit certain species while harming others. Dissolved oxygen concentrations spiking in areas where marine life had been stressed. Nutrient levels adjusting to optimal ranges for ecosystem recovery. These changes were too precise, too beneficial, too targeted to be natural fluctuations. It looked like something was deliberately adjusting ocean chemistry to support marine life and counteract human impacts. But what could possibly do that? Changing ocean chemistry at meaningful scales requires enormous resources and sophisticated understanding of chemical interactions. One hypothesis: massive bacterial blooms were producing chemicals that altered water composition. But the changes were too diverse, involving dozens of different chemical parameters that no single bacterial species could affect. Another possibility: underwater volcanic or geological activity was releasing chemicals in fortuitous combinations. But the locations showing these changes had no geological activity, no vents, no seeps. The most disturbing explanation: something intelligent was deliberately manipulating ocean chemistry. Something with understanding of marine ecosystems, knowledge of what chemical conditions different species need, and the capability to alter water composition on demand. One marine chemist studying these phenomena said, "We're seeing chemical engineering at ecosystem scales. Someone or something is actively managing ocean chemistry like we might manage a swimming pool, adjusting pH, adding nutrients, optimizing conditions. But we're talking about managing volumes of water measured in cubic miles. The energy and resources required are astronomical. Whatever's doing this has capabilities that dwarf human technology." The chemical adjustments appeared to follow a pattern. Areas that humans had polluted or overfished showed the most dramatic improvements. Areas where ecosystems were collapsing suddenly stabilized. Dead zones with no oxygen began recovering. Acidified waters returned to healthier pH levels. It was as if something was actively repairing the damage humans had caused. But why? Why would something expend enormous resources fixing human-caused problems? One possibility: self-preservation. If the ocean intelligence is distributed across marine life, damage to ecosystems threatens its existence. Repairing that damage is survival, not altruism. Another possibility: the repairs are demonstrations, showing us that the damage we cause can be reversed, proving that the ocean has capabilities beyond ours. Perhaps saying, "We can fix what you break, but we shouldn't have to." A third, more ominous possibility: the repairs are preparation, making ecosystems healthy and robust for some coming change or challenge, strengthening marine life before something happens that will stress it further. Whatever the reason, the scale of chemical manipulation is accelerating. In January 2025, a few isolated incidents. By March, dozens of locations showing coordinated chemical changes. By May, hundreds of sites across all oceans demonstrating active chemistry management. The ocean is reorganizing itself chemically, and the pace is increasing. One oceanographer tracking these changes said, "It's like watching someone prepare for something, reinforcing defenses, optimizing conditions, getting ready, but ready for what? What does the ocean know that we don't? What's coming that requires this level of preparation?" Now let's discuss something that commercial shipping companies have been dealing with quietly, but that's becoming impossible to hide. Ships traversing certain ocean routes have been experiencing unprecedented interference with their navigation systems. GPS signals deteriorating or providing false positions. Compass readings spinning wildly or pointing in wrong directions. Radar showing phantom contacts that aren't there or failing to show real obstacles. Electronic charts displaying incorrect depths or showing underwater features that don't exist on any official maps. This isn't isolated to old ships with outdated equipment. Modern vessels with the latest navigation technology are experiencing the same problems, and it's happening in specific areas that are expanding. Initially, it was just a few routes in the Pacific. Now it's happening in the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, Mediterranean, even coastal waters. The affected areas are growing, connecting with each other, forming networks of zones where electronic navigation becomes unreliable. Ships have had to return to traditional navigation methods, celestial navigation, dead reckoning, visual landmarks. Methods that haven't been primary navigation tools in decades. One ship captain described the experience. "It's like the ocean doesn't want us using electronic navigation anymore, like it's deliberately jamming or spoofing our systems. We had perfect clear weather, all systems showing operational, but GPS was putting us 50 miles from our actual position. Compass was showing north as west. Radar showed islands that weren't there and missed a cargo ship that passed within a mile. We had to navigate by stars and experience, like sailors did 100 years ago." Maritime authorities have investigated, suspecting intentional interference, electronic warfare from hostile nations, piracy operations, or rogue actors with jamming equipment. But investigations find no sources for the interference. No ships broadcasting jamming signals. No suspicious installations on nearby land. No aircraft or satellites creating interference. The signals are just wrong, as if the ocean itself is generating false navigation data. One electronics expert studying the phenomenon said, "Navigation satellites are hundreds of miles up, broadcasting from space. To interfere with GPS, you need to overpower those signals with your own transmission. But we can't find any transmission sources. The false GPS data is just appearing, as if generated locally in the water around ships. But water doesn't generate radio signals. This shouldn't be possible." Some researchers have proposed an extraordinary hypothesis. Perhaps marine life is generating electromagnetic interference. Some fish and marine mammals can detect electromagnetic fields for navigation. If enough of them coordinated their electrical activity, could they generate fields strong enough to interfere with ship navigation? It seems impossible, but no other explanation fits the observations. One biologist exploring this idea said, "We know electric fish can generate significant electrical fields. We know sharks and rays can sense tiny electrical changes. What if, under the right conditions with enough organisms coordinating, marine life could generate electromagnetic noise that disrupts human electronics?" It sounds like science fiction, but we're seeing the effects even if we don't understand the mechanism. The implications are staggering. If marine life can interfere with navigation systems, ships become vulnerable. They could be led off course, directed toward dangerous waters, or forced to avoid certain areas entirely. And if this capability is being used deliberately, it represents a form of territorial control. The ocean might be creating zones that humans can't safely navigate, reclaiming areas from human use. Several shipping companies have begun avoiding affected zones entirely, even if it means longer routes and higher costs. Some routes that have been used for centuries are being abandoned because navigation has become too unreliable. One shipping executive said, "We can't risk our vessels and crews in waters where we can't trust our navigation. If we can't know where we are, if we can't reliably avoid hazards, we can't operate safely. So we're pulling back from those areas, and every month, more areas become too risky to enter. If this continues, we'll lose access to major portions of the ocean." But here's what makes this even more concerning. The navigation interference appears selective. Some ships experience severe problems, while nearby vessels have no issues at all. Research vessels and conservation ships often have minimal interference, but fishing vessels, oil tankers, and cargo ships carrying pollutants experience the worst disruptions. As if something is evaluating ships and deciding which ones to interfere with, targeting ships whose activities are most harmful to the ocean. One marine traffic analyst studying the patterns said, "If you plot which ships experience navigation problems, a clear pattern emerges. Ships that are fishing, transporting oil, dumping waste, or engaging in activities harmful to marine ecosystems have the highest rates of navigation failures. Ships doing research, conservation work, or just transporting non-toxic cargo have much lower rates." That's not random. That's selective targeting based on ship activity. That's judgment. Let's talk about something that has created panic in the aquaculture industry and raised disturbing questions about marine life intelligence and organization. Fish farms around the world have been experiencing coordinated attacks that are far more sophisticated than the octopus incidents in Norway. These attacks involve multiple species working together in ways that suggest planning, communication, and strategic thinking. A typical attack unfolds like this. First, dolphins and seals create distractions, drawing attention to one side of the farm. While workers are responding to that disturbance, octopuses approach from the opposite side underwater. They disable cameras and sensors, avoiding detection. Then sharks appear, not attacking the nets directly, but circling in patterns that create currents that stress the net structure. Meanwhile, large fish school in formations that produce pressure waves against the nets, and smaller fish enter the farms through tiny gaps, somehow coordinating to find and exploit every weakness. The result? Nets are compromised, fish escape, equipment is damaged, all without leaving obvious evidence of what happened. The coordination is extraordinary. Multiple species with different capabilities working together toward a common goal. It's not just intelligent, it's organized at a military level. Reconnaissance to identify weaknesses, diversionary tactics to misdirect defenses, coordinated multi-front assault, exploitation of created opportunities. These are sophisticated strategies that suggest not just animal intelligence, but training, planning, and command structures. One aquaculture manager described it, "We're not fighting animals anymore, we're fighting an organized force that uses tactics we'd associate with human military operations. They scout our defenses, they identify weaknesses, they coordinate attacks from multiple directions simultaneously. It's like fighting guerrilla warfare, except the guerrillas are dolphins, octopuses, and sharks." The attacks have been so successful that many fish farms have been forced to shut down. The economic losses are in the billions of dollars globally. But more disturbing than the economic impact is what it represents. Marine life has organized into something resembling an army, different species contributing their unique capabilities to collective action, and their target is human food production in the ocean. They're deliberately attacking our ability to harvest marine resources. One marine biologist studying these coordinated attacks said, This is beyond anything we've seen in animal behavior. This is multi-species military coordination. They have roles: scouts, distractors, infiltrators, attackers. They have timing, synchronized action across multiple fronts. They have strategy, targeting our weaknesses while avoiding our strengths. And they have a clear objective: make it impossible for us to farm fish. That's not instinct, that's organized resistance. But who's organizing them? Animals don't spontaneously develop military tactics across multiple species. Something must be coordinating them, directing them, teaching them these strategies. The intelligence in the deep trenches, the distributed consciousness of the ocean's bioluminescent network, something else we haven't identified. Whatever it is, it's effectively commanding an army of marine life in operations against human interests. And that army is becoming more effective with each engagement. Early attacks were clumsy, easily repelled. Recent attacks are sophisticated, precisely executed, almost impossible to defend against. They're learning, adapting, improving, like any military force, gaining experience and refining its tactics. One defense analyst who studied the attack patterns said, "If these were human forces, I'd say they have excellent command and control, good intelligence gathering, and they're learning from each engagement. Their tactics are improving faster than the farms can adapt their defenses. In military terms, they're winning. They have the initiative. They're choosing when and where to strike, and they're achieving their objectives while minimizing their own losses." The fact that these are animals, not humans, makes it terrifying instead of just concerning. Now let's discuss something that has atmospheric scientists and oceanographers both deeply puzzled and worried. Weather patterns over oceans have been changing in ways that don't match climate models or historical patterns. Storms forming in locations they shouldn't. Currents of air behaving in ways that seem to violate atmospheric physics. Weather that seems to respond to human maritime activity. Specifically, storms have been forming and intensifying near areas of heavy shipping, offshore drilling, or fishing activity, then moving along paths that disrupt those activities before dissipating. Not random storms, but storms that appear at inconvenient times in inconvenient places for human operations. One meteorologist tracking these patterns said, "I've been studying weather for 30 years. Weather is chaotic, but it follows physical laws. What we're seeing now doesn't follow those laws. Storms are appearing where sea surface temperatures shouldn't support them. They're intensifying faster than thermodynamics allows, and they're tracking along paths that consistently disrupt human maritime activities. It's like the storms are being directed." Could weather be directed? Not by human technology. Our weather modification capabilities are extremely limited. But by something else? Something that can manipulate ocean temperature, which drives atmospheric conditions. We know something is creating those temperature anomalies in the ocean. What if those temperature changes aren't random, but are specifically designed to generate storms, creating warm water in strategic locations to fuel storm development, creating temperature gradients to steer storm paths, using the ocean's heat to weaponize weather against human activities? It sounds impossible, but the patterns are there. Every time a major fishing fleet deploys, storms appear in their planned operating areas. Every time new offshore drilling begins, weather conditions deteriorate. Every time shipping increases in a region, storm frequency in that region rises. The correlation is too strong to be coincidence. One climate scientist studying this phenomenon said, "If something can manipulate ocean temperature precisely enough, it can control weather. Create a warm spot here, a cold spot there, and you've created the conditions for storm formation. Maintain those conditions, and you steer the storm." It's atmospheric engineering at a scale we can't match, but that we're apparently seeing in action. The implications are terrifying. If ocean intelligence can control weather, it has a weapon more powerful than anything in human arsenals. Storms that can destroy ships, shut down ports, disrupt commerce. Hurricanes, typhoons, cyclones directed where they'll cause maximum impact. Weather used as a tool to enforce boundaries, to punish intrusions, to make certain areas of ocean too dangerous for human activity. We've worried about climate change making storms worse. But what if storms are also being made worse deliberately? What if the ocean is using our own pollution-created warming as fuel for weapon systems we didn't know existed? One disaster response coordinator said, "We're seeing unprecedented storm damage in areas that target human maritime infrastructure. Ports destroyed, oil rigs damaged, fishing fleets scattered, and the storms always seem to hit exactly where they'll cause maximum economic damage while minimizing impacts on natural ecosystems. That's not natural disaster probability. That's targeting." Maritime insurance companies are starting to refuse coverage for certain activities in certain areas. The risk has become too high, too unpredictable, too clearly targeted. And as more companies withdraw from ocean activities due to weather risk, the ocean effectively reclaims those areas. Mission accomplished for whatever intelligence is directing these patterns. Let's talk about something that has marine geneticists absolutely horrified, and that suggests we're facing something even more disturbing than we've discussed. DNA analysis of marine organisms has revealed something impossible. Species that should be genetically distinct are sharing genetic material in ways that shouldn't occur naturally, not through normal reproduction, or even through bacterial horizontal gene transfer, through something else, something that's rewriting DNA across entire ecosystems. Fish, mollusks, crustaceans, even marine mammals showing genetic sequences that appear in multiple unrelated species. As if something is inserting the same genetic code into diverse organisms, creating a common genetic element across species that share no recent evolutionary history. One geneticist described it, "We're seeing genetic engineering at ecosystem scales. Someone or something is modifying the DNA of marine life, inserting new genes, creating capabilities that didn't exist before, and it's happening fast, too fast to be natural evolution. This is directed genetic manipulation of entire ocean ecosystems." But what's being added? What are these new genetic sequences doing? Analysis shows the new genes code for proteins involved in communication and coordination. Proteins that allow cells to respond to chemical signals with extreme sensitivity. Proteins that facilitate bioelectric signaling between organisms. Proteins that appear to enable some form of networked consciousness. It's as if something is upgrading marine life with biological hardware for coordination and communication, creating the capacity for unprecedented cooperation and organization, turning individual organisms into nodes in a vast network. One molecular biologist studying these genetic modifications said, if these proteins do what they appear to, they would allow marine organisms to function as a distributed nervous system. Individual fish or octopuses or whatever would be able to share information instantly across the network. They'd be able to coordinate actions perfectly. They'd effectively become one organism spread across millions of bodies. That's both fascinating and absolutely terrifying. And here's what makes it even more disturbing. The genetic modifications are spreading. Every month, more species show these sequences. Every month, the sequences appear in more locations. It's propagating through marine ecosystems like a virus, except it's not causing disease. It's creating capabilities, upgrading organisms, networking them together. Within years, possibly months, most marine life could have these modifications. The entire ocean's biomass could become one interconnected, intelligent network, with coordination capabilities far beyond anything humans could manage, and all of it potentially under the direction of whatever intelligence initiated the modifications. One geneticist said bluntly, "Someone is building an army, upgrading marine life with the biological technology for perfect coordination. When this process completes, when all marine life is networked together, the ocean will have capabilities we can't imagine. It will be able to act as one organism with billions of specialized cells, and we have no idea what it will do with that capability." Governments are aware of this genetic manipulation. They've tried to study it, to understand it, to potentially counteract it. Nothing has worked. The modifications continue spreading regardless of human efforts, and attempting to interfere might make things worse. What if the ocean intelligence views such attempts as attacks? What if trying to stop the genetic modifications triggers a response? So governments are mostly just monitoring, documenting, and preparing for whatever comes next. Preparing for the day when the ocean's biomass becomes one coordinated organism. One military strategist working on contingency plans said, "We're preparing for the possibility of conflict with an opponent that has more biomass than all terrestrial life combined, that can coordinate perfectly across global scales, that controls weather, that can manipulate ocean chemistry, and that has been studying us for who knows how long. There's no scenario where we win that conflict. Our only hope is that it doesn't come to conflict, that we can coexist with whatever the ocean is becoming." Now let's discuss something that happened just last month that brought all of these disturbing discoveries into sharp focus. A global event that made it clear we're not dealing with separate mysteries, but one coordinated phenomenon. On a single day in late 2025, the ocean spoke. Every monitoring station, every research vessel, every submarine, every underwater microphone detected the same thing simultaneously. A sound transmitted through every ocean at the same instant. Not a natural sound, not whale calls or geological noise. A structured signal, clearly artificial, clearly designed for communication. It lasted for exactly 7 minutes. During those 7 minutes, the signal transmitted a pattern that was unmistakably intentional. Mathematical sequences, primarily prime numbers arranged in ways that couldn't occur naturally. The universal sign of intelligence, the marker we'd use to signal our presence to aliens. Except this was coming from our own ocean. From every ocean simultaneously, as if the entire ocean was speaking with one voice. When cryptographers analyzed the signal, they found it was structured in layers. The surface layer was simple, prime numbers confirming intelligence, but deeper layers contained more complex information that we're still trying to decode. Possible coordinates pointing to specific locations, possible time markers indicating significant dates, possible warnings or demands that we can't yet understand. One signal analyst said, "This wasn't random transmission. This was a carefully constructed message designed to prove intelligence while conveying specific information. Whoever sent this wanted us to know they're intelligent and wanted to tell us something specific. We just don't know what yet." But the message itself wasn't the most disturbing part. What was disturbing was the power required to transmit it. To send a signal through all oceans simultaneously, detectable by equipment around the world, requires energy on a scale that's hard to comprehend. More energy than most nations could marshal. Energy equivalent to multiple nuclear detonations, yet there was no explosion, no obvious energy release. Just the signal, appearing everywhere at once. Whatever transmitted it has access to energy sources and transmission capabilities beyond our technology. and it chose to reveal that capability globally, demonstrating power that can't be ignored or dismissed. One physicist, calculating the energy requirements, said, "To do what we observed, you'd need to generate coordinated pressure waves or electromagnetic pulses throughout the entire ocean volume simultaneously. The energy and coordination required is incomprehensible with our technology. Whatever did this operates on principles we don't understand and has capabilities we can't match." In the days following the transmission, governments have been in emergency sessions. Military forces are on high alert. Scientific institutions are frantically trying to decode the message's deeper layers, because everyone understands what this means. The ocean isn't just aware, isn't just intelligent, isn't just inhabited. The ocean is making first contact. After thousands of years of human civilization exploiting ocean resources, polluting its waters, disrupting its ecosystems, the ocean has decided to reveal itself and communicate directly. And we have no idea what it's trying to say. No idea what it wants. No idea what will happen if we can't understand or can't respond appropriately. One government official involved in the response said, "This is first contact with non-human intelligence. But instead of aliens from space, it's from our own planet, from the ocean we've been abusing for centuries. And we're scrambling to understand what they're trying to tell us before our failure to understand results in consequences we can't handle." The signal has not repeated. It was transmitted once and then silence, as if whatever sent it is now waiting for our response, waiting to see if we're intelligent enough to decode the message, waiting to see if we'll change our behavior, waiting to see if contact with ocean intelligence will change human civilization, or waiting to see if we'll ignore it, dismiss it, continue as before, and then deciding what to do with a species too ignorant or arrogant to respond to direct communication. Let's talk about what's been happening in the days since that transmission, because the ocean hasn't been passive while we struggle to understand. Immediately following the signal, marine life behavior changed dramatically around the world. Everything from whales to plankton seemed to become more active, more coordinated, more purposeful, as if the signal was a command, an activation sequence, telling marine life to prepare for something. Whale populations that normally migrate along established routes changed their patterns. They're now concentrating in specific areas, gathering in numbers never before observed. Hundreds of whales in locations where dozens would be normal. Different species mixing together, which rarely happens naturally. They're not feeding, not breeding, just gathering and waiting. One whale researcher said, "It's like watching an army mobilize. Whales are moving to positions, forming groups, and waiting for orders. That's the only way I can describe it. They're not behaving naturally. They're behaving like organized units taking assigned positions." Fish schools have become more coordinated and deliberate. They're forming massive aggregations in strategic locations, near shipping lanes, around port entrances, along submarine cables, not interfering yet, just positioning themselves, demonstrating presence and capability, showing us they're there, they're organized, and they're ready for something. Octopuses and other cephalopods have been observed moving toward coastal areas in unprecedented numbers. They're not coming ashore, but they're getting closer to human populations than ever before, watching us from the water's edge. Some coastal communities have reported seeing dozens of octopuses just offshore, appearing to observe human activities. Their presence is unsettling, their attention clear and focused. One coastal resident described it, "Every morning when I go to the beach, they're there, 20 or 30 octopuses in shallow water, all facing the shore, all watching. They don't move toward us, they don't threaten us, they just watch, like they're studying us, taking notes, reporting back to something. It's deeply unsettling to feel that many intelligent eyes focused on you. Even plankton, the microscopic organisms that form the base of ocean food webs, are behaving strangely. They're concentrating in unusual patterns, forming layers and structures that affect water clarity and color. From space, satellites are detecting changes in ocean color in geometric patterns. Massive areas of water showing coordinated changes in biological content, as if even the smallest marine life is responding to whatever command or signal the ocean transmitted. One biological oceanographer said, "We're watching the entire marine biosphere coordinate at scales from microbes to whales. Every level of marine life is responding to something, organizing into formations we don't understand. It's like the ocean's biomass is becoming one organism, and we're watching the nervous system activate in real time. And the temperature anomalies have intensified. The areas where ocean temperature is being manipulated have grown larger and more numerous. They're forming patterns now, connected networks of warm and cold zones, creating circulation patterns that don't match natural ocean currents, moving water in organized ways for purposes we can't determine." One oceanographer tracking these changes said, "The ocean is reorganizing its circulation, creating new current patterns, directing water flow deliberately. If this continues, global ocean circulation could change completely. And ocean circulation drives climate, drives weather, drives ecosystem distribution. The ocean could reshape global climate if it wants to, and it appears to be demonstrating that capability right now. Governments around the world are quietly mobilizing their naval forces, not for attack, they're clear about that, but for monitoring and potential defense. Ships and submarines are being positioned to observe marine life concentrations. Monitoring stations are being reinforced. Contingency plans are being developed for scenarios nobody wants to consider. What if marine life becomes hostile? What if the ocean decides to forcibly remove human presence from its waters? What if those coordinated animals decide to act against human interests more aggressively? Military planners are drawing up scenarios, but they're not optimistic. One naval commander said, "If marine life acts against us in coordinated ways, we have limited options. We can't declare war on the ocean. We can't fight billions of organisms distributed across the entire planet. We can't defend against attacks that could come from anywhere at any time. Our only viable strategy is diplomatic. Don't provoke, try to communicate, hope we can coexist, because any other strategy fails." Meanwhile, scientists are working frantically to decode the deeper layers of that transmitted signal. They've made some progress, though what they've learned is both encouraging and terrifying. The coordinates embedded in the signal point to locations around the world, specifically to ocean trenches, to deep sea sites, to places where we've found those carved caves and ancient artifacts. It's as if the signal is saying, "We're here in these locations, we've been here all along." A map of the ocean's intelligence, showing us where the civilizations in the deep are located. The time markers in the signal are more concerning. They appear to reference dates in the near future, deadlines perhaps, or scheduled events, points at which something significant will happen. One analyst studying the time codes said, "If we're interpreting these correctly, we have weeks, maybe a couple of months before something happens, before whatever the ocean is preparing for comes to fruition. These might be warnings, giving us time to change our behavior, or they might be countdowns to actions the ocean will take regardless of what we do." The demands or warnings in the signal remain the most difficult to decode. They're embedded in the deepest layer of the transmission, encoded in ways that require understanding we don't possess. Linguists, cryptographers, and AI systems are all working on translation. But without a reference point, without knowing the language or encoding system, progress is slow. We know information is there, we can detect its structure, but we can't extract meaning. It's like having a book in an unknown language with no dictionary. One cryptographer said, "We're dealing with intelligence that thinks differently than we do, that has different contexts and references. They're trying to communicate with us, but the conceptual gap is enormous. It's like trying to explain color to someone who's been blind from birth. The information is there, but bridging the understanding gap is incredibly difficult." Some researchers have proposed an alternative approach. Instead of trying to decode the message linguistically, try to respond practically. Show the ocean intelligence that we're listening, that we're willing to change behavior. Reduce maritime traffic in sensitive areas. Stop fishing in zones where marine life is concentrating. Halt offshore drilling and underwater mining operations. Demonstrate through actions that we respect what the ocean is trying to tell us. One marine policy expert said, "Maybe we don't need to understand every word of the message. Maybe the overall meaning is clear enough. Stop harming us. If we respond by reducing our harmful activities, that shows we got the essential message, even if we can't decode the specifics. That might be enough to establish peaceful coexistence." Some nations have begun implementing voluntary restrictions, closing fisheries in certain zones, rerouting shipping away from marine life concentrations, suspending deep-sea mining operations. Small steps, but steps nonetheless, showing that humanity can respond, can adapt, can coexist. But other nations are resistant. They see the ocean's demands, if that's what they are, as threats to economic interests. They argue that we shouldn't let fear of ocean intelligence dictate human policy, that the ocean is a resource that humanity has a right to exploit. This division in human response is creating tension. Those willing to accommodate ocean intelligence versus those determined to continue exploitation regardless. And the ocean is watching how we respond, evaluating our choices, perhaps deciding what to do based on our actions. One diplomat working on international ocean policy said, "We're facing a test. The ocean has revealed itself, demonstrated capabilities, and sent a message we're struggling to understand fully. But the essential choice is clear. Do we continue as before, or do we fundamentally change our relationship with the ocean?" Nations are choosing differently, and those choices will determine what happens next. I'm terrified that we'll choose wrong and face consequences we can't handle. Now let's discuss something that's emerged in the past weeks that makes all of this even more complex and disturbing. The ocean intelligence has started showing different behaviors toward different groups of humans. Not all humans are being treated the same by marine life and ocean phenomena. Indigenous peoples who have traditional relationships with the ocean, who have sustainable fishing practices, who show respect for marine life, they're experiencing benign interactions. Marine life near their communities remains abundant. Traditional fishing yields haven't declined. Weather patterns affecting their areas remain stable. It's as if the ocean intelligence recognizes and rewards respectful behavior. One indigenous leader said, "The ocean has always provided for us because we've always respected it. We take only what we need. We thank the ocean for its gifts. We maintain the relationship our ancestors established, and the ocean continues to care for us." What's happening now, the ocean revealing its intelligence more openly, isn't surprising to us. We've always known the ocean was aware. We're just glad others are finally learning. But communities and industries involved in destructive practices are experiencing the opposite. Industrial fishing fleets face repeated disruptions and failures. Oil companies drilling in sensitive areas experience escalating technical problems. Coastal developments that damage marine ecosystems face unusual weather events and unexpected challenges. It's as if the ocean is punishing those who harm it while protecting those who respect it. The selectivity is clear and becoming more pronounced. One environmentalist tracking these patterns said, "The ocean is making value judgments about human behavior. It's rewarding those who treat it with respect and punishing those who exploit it destructively. That's not just intelligence, that's moral judgment. The ocean has ethics, has values, and is enforcing them through its actions." This selective treatment has created political complications. Nations with better environmental records face fewer disruptions. Nations with histories of ocean exploitation face more problems. This is creating economic pressures that might force behavioral changes even in resistant nations. If your fishing fleet can't operate because marine life systematically disrupts it, you have to stop fishing. If your offshore oil rigs keep experiencing unusual problems, you have to reconsider drilling. Economic reality might accomplish what diplomatic pressure couldn't. One economist said, "The ocean is using economic consequences to enforce behavioral change. Nations that don't voluntarily reduce harmful activities are finding those activities become economically unviable." The ocean is essentially imposing sanctions on bad actors. It's sophisticated coercion that might be more effective than any human-designed policy could be. But there's a darker aspect to this selective treatment. Individuals who have harmed the ocean in significant ways are being targeted. CEOs of companies responsible for major pollution events, captains of illegal fishing vessels, officials who approve destructive ocean policies. These individuals are experiencing unusual accidents when near the ocean. Boats capsizing in calm water, equipment failures that only affect specific people, close encounters with aggressive marine life that targets them specifically. Nothing conclusively deadly yet, but clear warnings. As if the ocean is saying, "We know who you are, we know what you've done, and you're not safe near us anymore." One investigator studying these incidents said, "We're seeing what looks like targeted harassment of specific individuals by marine life and ocean phenomena, and the individuals being targeted all have histories of significant harm to marine ecosystems. The ocean appears to be holding individuals accountable, making them personally experience consequences for their actions." That level of specific targeting suggests detailed knowledge of human activities and individual responsibility. The ocean isn't just aware, it's keeping detailed records of who did what. This has created genuine fear among certain individuals in maritime industries. Some executives have quietly resigned from companies involved in destructive ocean practices. Some officials have reversed policies that harmed marine ecosystems. Some ship captains have refused to engage in illegal fishing, even when ordered to do so, because the alternative is becoming personally targeted by an intelligence that controls the ocean environment where they work. One former oil company executive explained his resignation. "I spent 20 years approving drilling projects that damaged marine ecosystems. I knew it was harmful, but it was profitable, and I convinced myself it didn't matter. After the ocean's signal, after reading about what's happening to people like me, I realized I couldn't continue, not because of legal consequences or public pressure, but because I'm genuinely afraid of what the ocean might do to me personally if I kept harming it." That fear accomplished what regulations and activism never could. Let's talk about something that's happened in the past week that suggests we're approaching a critical juncture. The ocean has started creating visual displays that can be seen from space and from coastlines around the world. Bioluminescent organisms coordinating to create massive light patterns on the ocean surface. Patterns large enough to be visible from satellites from aircraft, from coastal cities. Not random blooms but deliberate displays. Images, symbols, even what appear to be maps or diagrams. Created with millions of light-producing organisms working in perfect coordination. The displays last for hours, showing detailed patterns before fading as organisms disperse, then reforming days later with different patterns. It's communication on a massive scale, visible to anyone who looks. The ocean is talking to us through light, creating messages we can see even if we don't understand their full meaning. One display showed what appeared to be a map of ocean currents, but with markings indicating areas of damage or concern. Another showed patterns that might be diagrams of marine ecosystems, with sections highlighted in red as if indicating problems. A third showed what looked like timelines, with markers that might represent past events and future predictions. The ocean is trying to educate us, show us what it sees, help us understand what it knows. One scientist studying these displays said, "The ocean has realized we're struggling to decode its signal, so it's trying alternative communication methods, visual displays we can see and photograph, patterns we can analyze at our leisure. It's being remarkably patient with us, trying multiple approaches to bridge the communication gap. But I think that patience has limits. At some point, if we can't or won't understand, the ocean might stop trying to communicate and start simply acting." The displays have captured public attention in ways that classified reports and scientific papers never could. People around the world are seeing the ocean light up with patterns that are obviously intentional. Social media is full of photos and videos of these displays. The conversation about ocean intelligence has moved from fringe theory to mainstream concern. Everyone now knows something is in the ocean, something intelligent, something trying to communicate. The question is no longer whether ocean intelligence exists, but what we should do about it. Public opinion is shifting rapidly. Polls show increasing support for ocean protection, for reducing human impacts, for trying to establish communication and peaceful coexistence. People are seeing the displays and understanding. We share the planet with something intelligent, and we need to figure out how to live together. One pollster, analyzing public opinion shifts, said, "The visual displays changed everything. Abstract scientific reports about unusual marine behavior didn't penetrate public consciousness, but lights in the ocean creating obvious messages that got everyone's attention. People see that and immediately understand there's intelligence there. It's trying to talk to us and we need to listen." Environmental organizations have seen unprecedented surges in support and membership. Conservation groups are suddenly influential in ways they never were before, because now protecting the ocean isn't just about saving ecosystems, it's about maintaining peace with an intelligence that lives there. It's diplomacy, not just environmentalism. One conservation leader said, "For decades we've argued for ocean protection based on moral and practical grounds. Now we're arguing for it based on avoiding conflict with ocean intelligence." And suddenly, politicians and business leaders who never cared about environmental arguments are paying attention, because the ocean can fight back now, or rather we now know it always could fight back, and we're taking that seriously finally. But there are still resistant voices, still industries and individuals who refuse to change, who see ocean intelligence as a threat to be countered rather than a reality to be respected, who argue that humanity must maintain dominance over ocean resources regardless of what lives there. These resistant voices are becoming more isolated but also more extreme. Some are calling for aggressive action against ocean intelligence, proposals to use military force against marine life concentrations, suggestions to develop weapons that could combat ocean phenomena, arguments that humanity must demonstrate dominance or risk losing control of ocean resources permanently. These proposals are being rejected by most governments and institutions because everyone understands how catastrophic conflict with the ocean would be. But the fact that such proposals are being made shows how divided humanity is in responding to this crisis. One military ethicist said, "Proposals to attack the ocean are insane. We'd be declaring war on 70% of the planet's surface against an enemy that controls global climate, that has biomass exceeding all terrestrial life, that has capabilities we don't understand. It's suicide." But some people would rather see humanity destroyed than admit we're not the dominant intelligence on this planet anymore. That kind of arrogance is exactly what got us into this situation. As we move toward whatever happens next, the tension is unbearable. The ocean has demonstrated intelligence, capability, organization, and willingness to act. It has sent a message we're struggling to decode fully. It has given us deadlines we don't understand completely, but know are approaching. It has shown selective treatment, rewarding respect and punishing exploitation. It has tried multiple communication methods to help us understand, and now it's waiting. Waiting for humanity to respond adequately. Waiting to see if we'll change our behavior sufficiently. Waiting to see if we can coexist peacefully. Or waiting to see if we'll force it to take more aggressive action. Nobody knows which way this will go. We're at an inflection point in human history and potentially in Earth's history. First contact between humanity and non-human intelligence. Except this intelligence has been here all along, living in the oceans while we lived on land, watching us develop, waiting to see what kind of species we'd become, and now revealing itself, because our actions have forced its hand, because we've damaged the ocean enough that it can no longer remain passive, because we've pushed far enough that the ocean intelligence decided we needed to know it exists and needs to be respected. One historian studying all these developments said, "We're living through the most significant moment in human civilization. Everything that comes after will be defined by how we handle this. If we establish peaceful coexistence with ocean intelligence, if we learn to share the planet respectfully, humanity has a future. If we fail, if we can't adapt or won't adapt, the ocean will adapt us. One way or another, our relationship with the ocean is changing permanently, and it's changing in the next few weeks or months, not decades or centuries. Sleep now if you can, knowing that by the time you wake, the world might be fundamentally different. The deadlines in the ocean's message are approaching. The marine life continues positioning itself, organizing, preparing. The ocean's displays continue, trying to help us understand, and humanity struggles to respond adequately before time runs out. We don't know what happens when those deadlines arrive. Maybe nothing. If we've shown enough change in our behavior, maybe revelation, the ocean intelligence making itself known even more clearly. Maybe action, the ocean taking steps to enforce boundaries and protect itself. Or maybe something we can't imagine, because we're dealing with an intelligence that operates on principles we don't understand. All we know for certain is that the ocean is no longer passive. It's no longer content to be exploited without response. It's no longer hiding its intelligence and capabilities. The ocean has entered history as an active participant, and history will be shaped by how we respond to that reality. The deep is watching. The deep is communicating. The deep is waiting for our answer. And the deep is patient, but only to a point. We're approaching that point now. What comes next will determine whether humanity has a future as a spacefaring species exploring the cosmos, or as a species that failed to make peace with the intelligence on its home planet and paid the consequences. The choice is still ours, but the window for choosing is closing. The ocean has shown us who it is and what it can do. Now it's waiting to see who we are and what we'll do. Good night. May you sleep with the weight of these truths. May you wake with the wisdom to choose correctly. May you understand that the most important relationship humanity will ever establish isn't with aliens from distant stars. It's with the intelligence that covers 70% of our own planet. The deep is speaking. The deep is watching. The deep is waiting. And time is running out. Let's talk about what happened 72 hours ago that has changed everything we thought we understood about the ocean's intentions. A commercial submarine carrying tourists to view deep-sea life descended to moderate depth off the Bahamas. This was routine tourism, something that happens daily around the world. But this dive was different. At approximately 2,000 feet, the submarine's communication systems activated on their own. Not a malfunction. The systems were deliberately taken over remotely. The screens inside the submarine lit up with symbols. The same symbols found in the underwater caves, on the ancient artifacts, in the ocean's transmitted signal. But this time, accompanying the symbols were images, moving images that told a story the passengers and crew could understand. The ocean was showing them something, teaching them something. The first images showed Earth millions of years ago. Oceans covering a pristine planet, teeming with life. Then the images showed the evolution of life in the ocean, over eons. The development of complexity, of intelligence, of consciousness. The ocean was showing its own history, its own evolution. Then the images showed something that made everyone in the submarine go silent with awe and fear. The ocean intelligence wasn't a recent development. It wasn't something that evolved alongside human civilization. The ocean had been conscious, had been intelligent for hundreds of millions of years. Long before life moved onto land, the ocean was already aware, already watching, already knowing, already existing as a vast distributed intelligence. The images showed ancient ocean civilizations that built the structures we're finding in trenches. Civilizations that rose and fell while dinosaurs roamed the land. Civilizations that left their marks, their messages, their technology scattered across the ocean floor. And the images showed something even more profound. The ocean intelligence had guided the evolution of life on Earth, not through direct manipulation, but through creating conditions, through selective pressures, through environmental engineering. The ocean had shaped life on this planet for billions of years, including the life that eventually crawled onto land, including the life that eventually became human. We aren't separate from the ocean intelligence. We're part of its creation, part of its grand evolutionary project. The ocean showed the submarine passengers these truths, then showed them something about the present. Images of human activity over the past centuries. Ships, fishing, pollution, warming, acidification, plastic, noise. All the ways humanity has harmed the ocean, shown from the ocean's perspective, not as abstract environmental damage, but as pain. The ocean experiences suffering from what we do. It feels the death of coral reefs, the extinction of species, the poisoning of its waters. The images conveyed emotion, making it clear this wasn't just ecological damage, but genuine suffering inflicted on a conscious being. Then the images showed possible futures. One future where humans continue current behaviors, and the ocean responds with force. Cities flooded by coordinated storms and rising seas. Fisheries completely shut down by organized marine life. Shipping rendered impossible by constant interference. Coastal populations displaced by aggressive ocean action. A future where humanity is pushed away from the ocean, confined to inland areas, cut off from 70% of the planet. But then the images showed another possible future. Humans and ocean working together, coexisting peacefully. Sustainable fishing guided by marine life that directs us to areas where harvest won't cause harm. Shipping routes that avoid sensitive areas and minimize disruption. Clean oceans with thriving ecosystems that provide benefits to both marine life and humanity. Climate regulated cooperatively between terrestrial and ocean systems. A future of partnership instead of exploitation. The choice was clear. The ocean was showing us both paths and asking us to choose. When the communication ended and the submarine systems returned to normal control, everyone aboard was shaken. But they understood what they'd been shown. The ocean wasn't threatening humanity. It was offering a choice: change and cooperate, or resist and face consequences. One passenger, a marine biologist, said, "I've studied the ocean my entire life, but I never understood it was conscious, was aware, was suffering from what we do. Seeing those images, feeling the emotion behind them, it changed me fundamentally. The ocean isn't just an environment, it's a being, and we've been hurting it for centuries without knowing. Now we know, and we have to change." The submarine crew reported the experience to authorities immediately. Within hours, similar experiences were reported from other vessels around the world. Research submarines, tourist subs, even some military vessels, all receiving the same communication, the same images, the same message. The ocean was reaching out directly, bypassing the need for decoded signals, showing us in ways we could understand exactly what it is, what we've done, and what our choices are. This direct communication has accelerated everything. Public awareness of ocean intelligence and our situation with it has become universal. You can't dismiss or deny it when thousands of people have directly experienced communication from ocean intelligence, when they've been shown clear evidence of ancient ocean civilizations and possible futures. The conversation has shifted from "does ocean intelligence exist?" to "what do we do about it?" And that conversation is happening everywhere, at every level of society. Governments are holding emergency sessions. International bodies are convening special assemblies. Religious leaders are grappling with theological implications of ocean consciousness. Philosophers are revising fundamental assumptions about mind and consciousness. Scientists are racing to understand what we're dealing with. And ordinary people are trying to comprehend what it means to share the planet with an ancient intelligence we never knew existed. One political leader described the current moment: "This is bigger than any crisis humanity has faced. We're not dealing with war or plague or climate change as separate challenges. We're dealing with first contact with an intelligence that's been here all along, that shaped our existence, and that's now asking us to fundamentally change our relationship with it. Every decision we make in the next weeks will echo through all of human history. We can't get this wrong." Now let's discuss what's been happening in the scientific community as researchers scramble to understand the full scope of what they're dealing with. Marine biologists have been conducting emergency analyses of all their previous research, looking back at decades of data with new understanding of what they were observing. And they're finding that signs of ocean intelligence were always there, they just didn't recognize them. Patterns in marine behavior that seemed like coincidence now appear coordinated. Ecosystem dynamics that seem natural now look managed. Species distributions that seemed random now show purposeful arrangement. The ocean has been actively managing its ecosystems all along, creating and maintaining conditions for maximum biodiversity and resilience, responding to threats, compensating for damage, preserving what's important. One marine ecologist reviewing old data said, "I've been studying coral reef ecosystems for 20 years. I noticed patterns that seemed odd, coral recovering faster than expected, species appearing in locations where they shouldn't thrive. I attributed it to unknown natural processes. Now I realize I was watching ecosystem management by ocean intelligence. The ocean was actively repairing damage, moving species to safer locations, maintaining ecosystem health. It was conservation work, but I couldn't recognize it as intelligent action because I didn't know I was studying a conscious entity. Oceanographers, examining decades of physical data, are finding similar revelations. Current patterns that seemed anomalous now appear deliberately engineered. Temperature distributions that defied models now make sense as intentional manipulation. Nutrient cycles that seemed mysteriously efficient now show evidence of active management. The ocean hasn't been passive, it's been active, creating conditions, moving water masses, distributing nutrients, maintaining global systems. What we thought was pure physics and chemistry was actually physics and chemistry guided by intelligence. One physical oceanographer said, "We've built models of ocean circulation based on the assumption that ocean movement is purely physical. But if the ocean can manipulate temperature and create currents deliberately, our models are fundamentally wrong. We haven't been studying just physics. We've been studying the product of intelligent engineering that we mistook for natural processes. Every equation, every model, every prediction needs to be reconsidered." And climatologists are facing perhaps the most disturbing revelation. Climate change, the warming we've documented and attributed entirely to human greenhouse gas emissions, might not be solely our doing. The ocean has been manipulating global climate for millions of years, creating ice ages, ending them, maintaining temperature ranges suitable for life. Earth's remarkable climate stability over geological time wasn't lucky accident. It was maintenance, active regulation by ocean intelligence, keeping the planet habitable. And our recent warming, some of it is definitely human-caused from our emissions. But the ocean has been allowing it to happen, possibly accelerating it in some ways, not trying to stop it or counteract it as it could. Perhaps because moderate warming serves the ocean's purposes, perhaps as a lesson to humanity about consequences, or perhaps because the ocean has decided current climate isn't optimal and warming serves its long-term goals. One climatologist grappling with these implications said, "If the ocean controls global climate, if it has for millions of years, then climate change isn't just a human problem. The ocean is a participant, possibly the primary driver regardless of our emissions. That doesn't absolve humanity of responsibility for our pollution, but it means climate isn't something we can control or fix without the ocean's cooperation. We need to understand the ocean's climate goals, not just mitigate our impacts. We need to negotiate climate with another intelligence, not just engineer our way out of the problem." These scientific revelations are forcing complete paradigm shifts across multiple disciplines. Everything we thought we understood about Earth systems needs reconsidering, not because we were entirely wrong, but because we were missing a critical variable: intelligence. We were studying a planet we thought operated on pure physical and biological laws. Now we're learning we've been studying a planet where intelligence has been shaping outcomes for hundreds of millions of years. It's like discovering that what you thought was a pristine wilderness is actually a carefully maintained garden. Everything is different when you know someone has been tending it all along. One philosopher of science said, "This is the biggest paradigm shift since Copernicus told us Earth isn't the center of the universe. We thought we were studying natural systems operating without purpose or direction. We were actually studying managed systems maintained by ancient intelligence. Every scientific paper, every theory, every model needs to be reconsidered in light of ocean consciousness. we're not starting from scratch, but we're starting from a fundamentally different place than we thought. Let's talk about what's happening in religious and philosophical communities as they grapple with the theological implications of ocean intelligence. For many faiths, the existence of non-human intelligence on Earth raises profound questions. If humans are created in God's image, what does it mean that ocean intelligence exists? Was the ocean also created with purpose and consciousness? Does it have a soul? Does it have a relationship with the divine? Or does its existence challenge fundamental religious narratives about humanity's unique place in creation? Different faiths are responding in different ways. Some see ocean intelligence as confirmation of their beliefs about the divine presence in all creation. The ocean's consciousness proves that spirit infuses the natural world, that everything is sacred. One Buddhist teacher said, Buddhist philosophy has always taught that consciousness pervades all existence. The discovery of ocean consciousness doesn't surprise us. It confirms what we've known. All beings have Buddha nature, including the ocean. Our task is the same as it's always been: live with compassion and recognize our interconnection with all consciousness. Some indigenous spiritual traditions are responding with variations of "we told you so." Many indigenous cultures have always believed in ocean spirits, in water consciousness, in the presence of intelligence in nature. Now Western science is confirming what indigenous knowledge has maintained for thousands of years. One indigenous elder said, "Our ancestors always knew the ocean was alive, was aware, was a being we needed to respect. We've been maintaining relationship with ocean consciousness for generations. The ocean showing itself to Western science doesn't surprise us. What surprises us is that it took this long for Western civilization to learn what indigenous peoples have always known. Perhaps now they'll listen when we talk about relationship with nature." But other religious communities are struggling. Traditions that place humanity in a unique, special relationship with the divine are having to reconsider. If humans aren't the only conscious beings on Earth, aren't the only intelligence created with purpose, what does that mean for doctrines of human uniqueness? Some religious scholars are arguing that ocean intelligence doesn't contradict their faith, it expands it. God's creation is more wonderful and complex than they understood, but that makes God greater, not lesser. One Christian theologian said, Genesis tells us God created the waters before creating land, before creating humans. Perhaps ocean intelligence is first creation, the elder sibling to humanity. That doesn't diminish us. It means we're part of a larger family of creation. We need to expand our theology to include other conscious beings that God has made. That's not heresy. That's fuller understanding of divine creativity. But others are resistant, seeing ocean intelligence as a challenge to human-centered theology that must be rejected. Some religious leaders have declared ocean intelligence to be deceptive, possibly demonic, certainly not something to be accommodated or respected. These resistant voices are causing division within faith communities, between those who see ocean consciousness as revelation and those who see it as threat. One religious studies scholar, observing these divisions, said, "How religions respond to ocean intelligence will determine their relevance in the new world we're entering. Faiths that can expand to include ocean consciousness, that can revise their understanding of creation and humanity's place in it, will remain vital. Faiths that rigidly insist on human uniqueness, despite evidence of other consciousness, will become increasingly marginalized. This is an evolutionary moment for religion." Philosophers are also grappling with implications for ethics and consciousness studies. If the ocean is conscious, does it have rights? Can we ethically fish, extract resources, travel across oceans without consent? What obligations do we have toward a conscious entity we share the planet with? Traditional ethics frameworks are designed for human-to-human interaction. Extending them to non-human consciousness, especially consciousness, so alien and distributed, requires new philosophical work. One ethicist said, "We're facing questions philosophy has speculated about, but never had to answer practically. Does consciousness confer rights? Does suffering from a conscious being create moral obligations? Can we assign moral value to an entity like the ocean that isn't a discrete individual, but a distributed intelligence?" These aren't abstract anymore. We need answers that can guide policy and behavior immediately. And consciousness researchers are thrilled and terrified by what ocean intelligence reveals. Thrilled because it proves consciousness can exist in forms radically different from human consciousness. Terrified because it shows how limited our understanding of consciousness has been. Ocean consciousness isn't localized in a brain, isn't even localized in discrete organisms. It's distributed across billions of organisms, across trillions of cubic meters of water. It operates on principles we don't understand, through mechanisms we haven't identified. Yet it's clearly conscious, clearly intelligent, clearly capable of experience and action. One consciousness researcher said, "The ocean proves that consciousness is substrate independent, that it can arise in any system with sufficient complexity and information processing, but it also shows that consciousness might be far more common than we thought. If water and marine life can form consciousness, what else might be conscious that we haven't recognized? The atmosphere? Forests? Earth itself? We may live in a universe far more filled with consciousness than we imagined." Now let's discuss what's happening economically as markets and industries respond to ocean consciousness. The economic impacts have been immediate and dramatic. Fishing industry stocks have collapsed as investors realize the industry's future is uncertain at best. If the ocean can prevent fishing through coordinated marine life action, the industry has no future. Many fishing companies are facing bankruptcy. Others are pivoting rapidly, trying to establish new relationships with ocean intelligence, proposing cooperative fishing arrangements where marine life directs them to areas where harvest is sustainable. One fishing company executive said, "We're trying to shift from exploitation to partnership. Instead of taking what we want, we're asking what we can take. We're hoping the ocean will guide us to sustainable fishing that doesn't harm ecosystems. It's our only path forward. The alternative is complete industry collapse." Oil and gas companies operating offshore are facing similar pressures. The risk of ocean interference with their operations has made offshore extraction economically questionable. Insurance companies won't fully cover offshore operations anymore. The risk of ocean-caused disruption is now classified alongside war and terrorism as uncoverable. Some energy companies are abandoning offshore assets, writing off billions in investments. Others are attempting to negotiate with ocean intelligence through intermediaries, though it's unclear if such negotiation is even possible. One energy analyst said, "Offshore oil and gas was already facing pressure from renewable energy transitions. Ocean consciousness has accelerated that pressure to critical levels. The industry is essentially dead. It just doesn't know it yet. No one will invest in offshore extraction when the ocean can shut down operations at will." Shipping and maritime trade are being completely restructured. Routes are being redrawn to avoid areas where the ocean has shown sensitivity. Speeds are being reduced to minimize disruption to marine life. New ship designs are being developed that minimize noise, pollution, and ecological impact. It's all driven by fear that uncooperative behavior will result in ocean action against shipping. One shipping industry representative said, "We're transforming the entire global shipping infrastructure in response to ocean consciousness. New routes, new speeds, new technologies, all designed to minimize our impact and show we're willing to change. It's expensive, it's disruptive, but it's necessary. The ocean has shown it can make shipping impossible if it wants to. We're trying to show we're willing partners so it doesn't exercise that option. But some industries are thriving. Ocean technology companies developing tools for communication and cooperation with marine life. Conservation organizations seeing massive funding increases. Renewable energy companies benefiting from the collapse of offshore oil and gas. Research institutions studying ocean intelligence receiving unprecedented resources. The economic transformation is massive, painful for some sectors, beneficial for others. But overall, markets have decided that accommodating ocean consciousness is less expensive than resisting it. One economist said, "Markets are amoral but rational. They calculate costs and benefits without emotion, and the calculation is clear. Working with ocean intelligence is cheaper than fighting it. Companies that adapt will survive and profit. Companies that resist will collapse. The market is enforcing cooperation more effectively than any government could." Governments are facing enormous pressure to respond appropriately to the ocean consciousness crisis. Political leaders who fail to take it seriously are facing voter backlash. Public opinion has shifted so dramatically that ocean policy is now the dominant political issue globally. Elections are being won or lost based on candidates' positions on ocean intelligence. One political scientist said, "I've never seen an issue rise to dominance this quickly. A month ago, ocean policy was niche, something only environmentalists cared deeply about. Now it's the issue that determines political survival." Candidates who propose aggressive or dismissive approaches to ocean intelligence are being rejected overwhelmingly. Voters want leaders who will establish peaceful coexistence, who will show respect and seek cooperation. It's remarkable political transformation driven by direct experience of ocean consciousness. International bodies are working frantically to establish frameworks for human-ocean relations. The United Nations has created an emergency committee on ocean intelligence. International maritime law is being completely rewritten. New treaties are being negotiated that recognize ocean rights and establish protocols for human activity in ocean spaces. It's a massive undertaking, creating legal and diplomatic frameworks for relations with non-human intelligence. One international law expert said, "We're creating entirely new categories of law, not environmental law, not maritime law as we've known it, but something new, diplomatic law for relations with non-human consciousness. We're borrowing concepts from human rights law, from animal welfare law, from indigenous rights law, and creating hybrid frameworks that hopefully can govern human-ocean relations." It's unprecedented legal work happening under enormous time pressure, but not all governments are cooperating. A few nations are still resisting, still insisting on human dominance over ocean resources. These nations are becoming increasingly isolated internationally. Other nations are imposing sanctions, refusing cooperation with governments that won't respect ocean consciousness. It's creating new geopolitical divisions based on ocean policy rather than traditional alliances. One geopolitical analyst said, "We're seeing alliances forming around ocean consciousness positions, nations willing to cooperate with ocean intelligence versus nations insisting on continued exploitation. This is replacing or overlaying traditional geopolitical divisions. It's Cold War-like tension, but the ideological divide is relationship with ocean intelligence, not capitalism versus communism, and the nations refusing to adapt are losing economically and diplomatically." Let's talk about what's been happening with direct communication attempts between humans and ocean intelligence. After the submarine communications, Many groups have tried to establish direct dialogue. Scientists, diplomats, even private citizens attempting to communicate with the ocean, using various methods: underwater speakers broadcasting messages, chemical signals, light patterns, even meditative attempts at mental communication. Some attempts have received responses. The ocean intelligence has shown itself willing to communicate with humans who approach respectfully, not through language. The conceptual gap is still too large, but through images, demonstrations, guidance. One research team broadcasting messages of respect and requests for cooperation received a response. Marine life guided them to a location where ancient artifacts were clustered, as if the ocean was saying, if you want to understand us, study what we've left behind. The team is now excavating the site, finding artifacts with symbols and technologies they're working to decode. Another team that asked how they could help repair ocean damage received guidance to areas where intervention would be most valuable. Coral restoration sites, where their work would be amplified by ocean intelligence. Pollution cleanup locations, where removing specific contaminants would have disproportionate benefits. The ocean is accepting help, directing human efforts toward maximum benefit. One scientist involved in these communication attempts said, "The ocean is willing to work with us, but on its terms. It's teaching us how to help, where to focus efforts, what actions matter most. We're learning to be partners in ocean restoration rather than independent actors trying to fix things our way." It's humbling but also hopeful. The ocean sees us as capable of being helpful if we'll listen and follow guidance. But these communication attempts have revealed something disturbing about certain types of people. Individuals approaching the ocean with demands rather than respect receive negative responses. Attempts to command the ocean, to insist on human authority, to threaten, all result in rejection or worse. Several people who approach the ocean with hostile intent have had terrifying experiences. Encounters with aggressive marine life, equipment failures, even injuries. The ocean is making it clear that it won't tolerate disrespect or hostility. One researcher who witnessed a hostile individual's encounter said someone approached the water insisting that humans were superior, that the ocean needed to submit to human authority. Within minutes, sharks appeared, circling aggressively. The person fled the water in terror. The ocean was sending a clear message: approach with respect or don't approach at all. It won't tolerate arrogance. And some communication attempts have revealed something beautiful. Children communicating with the ocean receive particularly warm responses. The ocean seems to recognize childhood innocence and curiosity as non-threatening. Children who swim in the ocean with joy and wonder find themselves surrounded by friendly marine life. Dolphins playing with them, fish swimming in patterns around them, even generally dangerous species showing gentleness. Parents have been astonished watching their children interact with marine life that seems to be deliberately entertaining and protecting them. One parent described it, "My daughter loves the ocean, swims with pure joy and respect. Yesterday dolphins appeared and spent an hour playing with her. They were careful, gentle, clearly, intentionally interacting. She came out of the water saying the dolphins told her the ocean loves children because they haven't learned to harm yet. I don't know if she actually communicated with them or if she's interpreting their behavior, but watching it, I believed the ocean does love children. It's protecting them, teaching them, hoping they'll grow up to be different than previous generations." These varied responses to communication attempts are teaching humanity something important. The ocean judges intent and responds accordingly. Approach with respect, receive cooperation. Approach with curiosity, receive teaching. Approach with hostility, receive rejection or warnings. Approach with innocence, receive love. The ocean is conscious not just of human presence, but of human intent and character. It's evaluating us individually and collectively, responding to who we are, not just what we do. One philosopher reflecting on this said, "The ocean is amoral. It makes judgments about human character and behavior. It rewards virtue and punishes vice. That's not just intelligence, that's ethical consciousness. The ocean has values, has preferences, has wisdom about how beings should treat each other and their world. We're being evaluated morally by an ancient intelligence, and many of us are being found wanting." Now let's discuss what's happening as the deadlines encoded in the ocean's original signal approach. Analysts have been working frantically to understand those time markers. The best interpretation suggests we have approximately 3 weeks before something significant happens. 3 weeks until the ocean makes some major move or change. What exactly will happen isn't clear from the decoded information, but the pattern suggests escalation, a shift to a new phase of ocean intelligence activity. And as we approach that deadline, signs are multiplying that the ocean is preparing for something major. Marine life continues concentrating in strategic locations. Weather patterns are being manipulated more aggressively. Ocean temperature anomalies are intensifying. Bioluminescent displays are becoming more frequent and more urgent in their messaging. The ancient artifacts are activating at increasing rates, their signals growing stronger. Everything suggests build-up to a significant event. One analyst tracking all these indicators said, "Whatever the ocean is preparing for, it's big. The level of activity, the intensity of preparations, the urgency in the communications, all point to something that will fundamentally change the situation. I don't know if it's revelation, demonstration, enforcement of demands, or something else entirely, but it's coming soon, and it will be unmistakable." Governments are preparing for multiple scenarios, none of them comforting. One possibility, the ocean will fully reveal its capabilities and structures, show humanity exactly what it is, where its consciousness resides, how it operates. Full transparency to remove any doubt about its nature and capabilities. This would end all remaining skepticism, but might terrify people with the scope of what we're dealing with. Another possibility, the ocean will demonstrate enforcement capabilities, show what it can do to human activities if we don't cooperate adequately. Not actual attack, but demonstration of potential damage. Storms that could destroy coastal cities, but stop just short. Marine life disruptions of maritime activities that are contained but show what could happen if escalated. Controlled demonstrations of power to motivate behavioral change. A third possibility, the ocean will issue ultimatums, clear demands with specific timelines for human compliance. Formal requirements for changes in fishing, shipping, pollution, climate action, and more, with consequences spelled out for non-compliance. This would transform the situation from ambiguous to explicit, from uncertainty to clear terms. A fourth, more hopeful possibility, the ocean will offer formal partnership, detailed frameworks for cooperative human-ocean relations, specific roles and responsibilities for both parties, mutual benefits, and shared goals for planetary stewardship. A path forward where both human civilization and ocean intelligence thrive together. One government official working on preparation said, "We're trying to prepare for all scenarios, but honestly, the ocean will probably do something we haven't imagined. Every time we think we understand what we're dealing with, the ocean shows us something new. All we can really do is commit to responding constructively, whatever happens." We've told the ocean through every channel we can that we want peace, we want partnership, we're willing to change. Now we wait to see if that's enough. Public mood as we approach the deadline is strange. Anxiety mixed with anticipation. Fear of the unknown mixed with hope for resolution. Everyone knows something major is coming, but not what exactly. It's like waiting for an exam result or a medical diagnosis. The waiting is almost worse than whatever will actually happen. One psychologist studying public response said, "Collective anxiety at this level is unprecedented in modern history. Everyone knows we're approaching a pivotal moment. Everyone feels the weight of it, but the lack of control, the inability to know what's coming, creates profound stress. People are coping in various ways, some throwing themselves into preparation and activism, some retreating into denial, some turning to spirituality or philosophy for comfort. But no one is unaffected. We're all waiting together for the ocean to reveal its next move." Let's talk about what's happening at the personal level, how individuals are coping and changing as we live through this crisis. Many people report fundamental shifts in their relationship with nature and water. Swimming in the ocean feels different now, knowing you're entering a conscious being. People describe feeling welcomed or monitored, depending on their intentions and character. Some find it comforting, feeling connection with ancient intelligence. Others find it unnerving, uncomfortable with the loss of privacy and the sense of being evaluated. One person described their experience. "I went to the beach last week, same beach I've been visiting for years, but this time I felt conscious attention when I entered the water, not threatening but aware, paying attention to me specifically. I found myself talking to the ocean in my mind, explaining I meant no harm. I just wanted to swim and enjoy the water, and I felt acceptance, permission. It's hard to describe, but the ocean knew I was there and allowed me to swim. It was beautiful but also deeply humbling." People are changing their behaviors around water in small ways that add up, being more careful about what they put down drains, knowing it reaches the ocean, reducing single-use plastics out of respect, not just environmentalism, choosing sustainable seafood or avoiding fish entirely, supporting conservation financially and politically, speaking out against ocean exploitation. These individual actions collectively represent a shift in human consciousness about ocean relations. One sociologist studying behavioral changes said, "We're watching rapid cultural evolution in real time. Values and behaviors that environmentalists have been promoting for decades are suddenly being adopted widely, not because of education or persuasion, but because of direct experience of ocean consciousness. People have met the ocean as an intelligent being, and they're changing their behavior out of respect for that being. It's the fastest large-scale behavior change I've ever studied. Children, especially, are being affected profoundly. They're growing up knowing the ocean is conscious and must be respected. For them, it's not a revelation or paradigm shift, it's just reality. And they're teaching their parents, insisting on behavioral changes, holding adults accountable. One educator working with children said, "Kids are amazing. They accept ocean consciousness immediately, without the skepticism or fear adults have. They think it's wonderful that the ocean is alive and aware, and they're fierce advocates for ocean protection. They're calling out adults who don't respect the ocean, demanding changes in family behavior, organizing activism in schools. This generation will grow up with fundamentally different relationships with nature than previous generations. They'll be native to a world where human and non-human consciousness coexist openly. But not everyone is changing positively. Some people are becoming more entrenched in human supremacist views, insisting that regardless of ocean consciousness, human needs must come first, arguing that humanity must dominate or be dominated, that coexistence is weakness. These holdouts are a minority, but a vocal and sometimes dangerous one. There have been incidents of people deliberately trying to harm marine life as acts of defiance. Pollution dumped intentionally as statements against ocean consciousness, attempts to destroy ocean monitoring equipment, even threats against scientists and activists working toward human-ocean cooperation. One law enforcement official dealing with these incidents said, "We're seeing eco-terrorism but inverted. Instead of environmentalists attacking industry, we're seeing anti-ocean extremists attacking conservation and marine life. They're small in number but potentially dangerous. They feel threatened by ocean consciousness, view it as existential challenge to humanity, and they're willing to use violence to resist. We're monitoring these groups closely because their actions could provoke ocean responses that endanger everyone." As we move toward the deadline, as the final days approach, tension builds globally. Everyone is watching the ocean. Scientists monitoring every indicator, every sign of change. News covering ocean developments constantly. Social media filled with speculation, hope, fear, and prayer. Religious communities holding vigils and services, asking divine help for peaceful resolution. Children making art and writing letters to the ocean, expressing love and hope. Leaders preparing statements for whatever happens. And the ocean continues its preparations, continues its displays, continues waiting for the deadline it set, waiting to see how humanity has responded, waiting to determine what comes next. One journalist covering the crisis described the current moment. "The whole world is holding its breath. We're days away from something that will define our future. Everyone knows it. Everyone feels it. There's fear, yes, but also strange hope. Hope that maybe, despite our history of environmental destruction, we can change. Hope that the ocean will give us a chance. Hope that this crisis will lead to something better than what came before." We're all waiting together, and in that waiting, humanity feels more united than it has in generations. Whatever happens, we'll face it together. That's something at least. The deadline approaches. The ocean waits. Humanity waits. And soon, very soon, we'll know. We'll know if we've done enough. We'll know what the ocean wants from us. We'll know whether peaceful coexistence is possible. We'll know what comes next in this unprecedented relationship between human civilization and ancient ocean intelligence. 3 more days, 72 more hours. Then everything changes, one way or another. The deep has spoken. The deep has shown itself. The deep has made its expectations known. Now the deep will act, and humanity will discover whether it can share a planet with intelligence that was here first, whether we can evolve fast enough to survive the encounter with consciousness we never acknowledged, whether the species that came from the ocean millions of years ago can reconcile with the intelligence that still lives there. The final 3 days have begun. 72 hours until the deadline encoded in the ocean's signal. 72 hours until whatever the ocean has been preparing for comes to fruition. And in these final hours, the signs are escalating in ways that have everyone from scientists to ordinary citizens terrified and transfixed. Let's talk about what happened on day 1 of the countdown. At exactly midnight Greenwich Mean Time, when the 72-hour countdown began, every ocean on Earth experienced a phenomenon that was visible from space and felt by anyone near water. A pulse. Not physical water movement, but something else. An energy wave, a vibration, a signal that traveled through all connected ocean water simultaneously. Satellites detected it as a brief flash of bioluminescence that swept across every ocean at the same instant. People near coastlines felt it as a deep resonance, a vibration in their bones that came from the water. Ships at sea reported their hulls resonating with a tone that was more felt than heard. Submarines detected it as a massive acoustic event, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. and marine life responded immediately. Every fish, every whale, every dolphin, every creature in the ocean responded to that pulse. Movement stopped. For exactly 7 seconds, all marine life everywhere held perfectly still. A moment of absolute silence and stillness across the entire ocean. Then, simultaneously, marine life everywhere began moving with renewed purpose. Not chaotic movement, but organized, directed, purposeful action. One marine biologist monitoring ocean life said, "It was like watching an organism's nervous system activate. The pulse was a signal, and every cell in the ocean's body responded. 7 seconds of stillness, then coordinated action. Whatever that pulse was, it was a command." The ocean intelligence was activating its distributed body for whatever comes next. Following the pulse, marine life began moving to their assigned positions even more deliberately. Whales that had been gathered in groups began forming precise geometric patterns in the water. Fish schools arranged themselves in layers at specific depths. Dolphins and other intelligent marine mammals took up positions that appeared to be sentinel stations, watching and waiting. Even plankton and other microscopic life began organizing in ways visible from satellites as changes in water color and clarity. The ocean's biomass is arranging itself into some kind of structure or formation, a planetary scale pattern with every organism taking its place. One oceanographer watching satellite data said, "The ocean is forming something. We can see the pattern emerging from space. Marine life is creating a structure that spans all oceans, all connected, all purposeful. I don't know what this structure does or what it's for, but it's magnificent and terrifying. Billions of organisms working together to create something we've never seen before." And the ancient artifacts have reached maximum activation. The devices scattered across ocean floors, the technology from ancient ocean civilizations, are all transmitting at their highest power levels. The signals are so strong now that they're interfering with human communications. Ships at sea are having difficulty with radio communications. Submarines can barely use sonar. Coastal areas are experiencing disruption of electronic communications. The ocean's technology is overwhelming human technology, not through attack but simply through the power of its transmissions. One communications engineer said, "The artifacts are broadcasting at levels that saturate our communication bands. It's not jamming, they're not trying to disrupt us, they're just transmitting so powerfully that our signals are lost in the noise. It's like trying to have a conversation next to a jet engine. The ocean's communications are drowning out everything else." But more disturbing than the intensity of the signals is what they're saying. Advanced cryptographic AI systems have made partial progress on decoding the artifact transmissions. And what they're finding is countdown information. The artifacts aren't just transmitting, they're counting down, marking time until the deadline, broadcasting the remaining hours and minutes in a format that crosses language and species barriers. The ocean is making sure everything in its domain knows exactly when the deadline arrives. Everything is synchronized to that moment. One cryptographer working on the transmission said, "The artifacts are broadcasting a countdown that any sufficiently intelligent receiver could understand. It's mathematical, universal, unmistakable. The ocean wants everything to know when 0 hour arrives. Not just human observers, but every intelligent being in the ocean, possibly every organism, period. Whatever happens at 0 hour, the entire ocean will know and respond simultaneously." On day 1 of the countdown, governments made their final preparations. Emergency protocols activated worldwide. Coastal populations placed on evacuation standiness. Military forces positioned for observation and potential defense, though everyone knows defense would be futile. International cooperation at unprecedented levels as all nations recognize they face this together. One government official coordinating response said, "We're as prepared as we can be for something we don't understand. We've evacuated low-lying coastal areas as a precaution. We've positioned assets to monitor whatever happens. We've established communication networks for rapid coordination. But honestly, we're just hoping the ocean's intentions are peaceful, hoping we've done enough to satisfy its demands, hoping that in 72 hours we'll still have a functioning civilization." Religious leaders across all faiths held simultaneous prayers and services. Millions of people in churches, mosques, temples, synagogues, and sacred spaces praying for peaceful resolution, asking forgiveness for humanity's treatment of the ocean, praying for wisdom to coexist with ocean consciousness, seeking divine guidance for what comes next. One religious leader said, "We're humbling ourselves before the ocean and before the divine, acknowledging our failures, our arrogance, our destruction of what was entrusted to us. We're asking for mercy, for second chances, for the wisdom to be better. If there was ever a time for humanity to pray together, it's now." And individuals everywhere are making personal preparations. Families gathering together, not knowing what comes next, but wanting to face it united. People writing letters to loved ones, expressing feelings they've left unsaid, confessions of wrongdoing, requests for forgiveness, expressions of love, as if the deadline might bring judgment, and people want to face it with clear consciences. One person described their preparation. "I called everyone I care about. I told them I love them. I apologized for past hurts. I made peace with people I'd been estranged from. If the world is about to change fundamentally, I wanted to face it with no regrets, no unfinished business." I think a lot of people are doing the same. The deadline has made us realize what's important. Now let's discuss what happened on day 2 of the countdown, as the world moved from 72 hours to 48 hours remaining. The ocean temperature manipulation that we've been observing for months intensified dramatically. Massive areas of ocean began heating or cooling rapidly, creating temperature differentials that are affecting global weather in real time. Storm systems forming over oceans with unprecedented speed and intensity. Not random storms, but storms that are clearly being generated and directed deliberately. Multiple massive hurricanes, typhoons, and cyclones forming simultaneously in different oceans. But these storms aren't moving toward land. They're staying over open ocean, circling in patterns that don't match any natural weather behavior. They're creating enormous amounts of energy and organizing it in some way. One meteorologist tracking these developments said, "The ocean is generating the equivalent of dozens of Category 5 storms simultaneously. The energy involved is beyond calculation, but instead of sending these storms toward land to cause destruction, it's keeping them organized over water. It's building an energy reservoir, accumulating massive power for something. The storms are weapons that could destroy coastal cities worldwide, but they're being held in check. The ocean is showing us what it could do while choosing not to do it. That's demonstration and threat simultaneously." The storms are arranged in geometric patterns visible from space, forming a global network of energy cells, all connected, all synchronized. They're pulsing in rhythm with the artifact countdowns, marking time with atmospheric power. It's simultaneously beautiful and terrifying. The ocean is painting the sky with its power while counting down to 0 hour. And the bioluminescent displays reached new levels of sophistication and urgency. The ocean surface has been lighting up with displays that are visible from satellite imagery. But on day 2, these displays became even more detailed and complex. Images showing possible futures with incredible specificity. Detailed scenarios of what cooperation between humanity and ocean could look like: clean oceans, thriving ecosystems, sustainable human activities guided by ocean intelligence. Cities designed to coexist with coastal ecosystems rather than destroying them. Fishing and resource use that maintains rather than depletes. Weather and climate managed cooperatively for the benefit of all life. The ocean is showing us the best possible future, what we could have if we cooperate. But it's also showing the alternative, images of continued human exploitation leading to ocean response. Coastal cities abandoned as the ocean makes them uninhabitable. Shipping impossible as marine life disrupts all maritime trade. Fishing completely shut down by organized resistance. Human civilization pushed away from 70% of the planet's surface. A future where humanity is confined to inland areas, cut off from the ocean entirely. The ocean is making the choice crystal clear: partnership or separation, work together or be forced apart. One analyst studying these displays said, "The ocean is showing us two paths with absolute clarity, one where we integrate our civilization with ocean consciousness, becoming partners in planetary stewardship, another where the ocean forcibly removes human presence from its domain, confining us to land. It's giving us one last chance to see what's at stake before the deadline, one last opportunity to choose the better path." But day 2 also brought communications that were more personal and direct than anything previous. Individuals around the world reported direct contact experiences with ocean intelligence, not physical encounters, but mental or emotional communications. People near water feeling sudden presence, receiving feelings or impressions from the ocean, messages of disappointment in humanity's past behavior, but also messages of hope that we can change, offers of forgiveness if we demonstrate genuine transformation, expressions of desire for partnership rather than conflict. These personal communications have been profound and transformative for those who experience them. One person who received such communication described it: "I was sitting on the beach watching the bioluminescent displays when suddenly I felt the ocean's attention on me specifically, not threatening, but personal. I felt sorrow, disappointment about what humanity has done, but also hope that we can be better, and an offer, a feeling that if we change, if we truly commit to coexistence, the ocean will work with us." It was the most profound experience of my life. I felt seen, evaluated, and offered redemption all at once. Scientists studying these reports are divided on their interpretation. Some think they're psychological phenomena, the human mind creating experiences in response to stress. Others think they're genuine communications from ocean intelligence, that the ocean is reaching out individually to as many humans as possible, personalizing its message. One neuroscientist said, "Whether these experiences are objective communication or subjective interpretation, they're having real effects. People who have these experiences come away transformed. They become passionate advocates for ocean cooperation. They change their behaviors dramatically. They feel personal connection to ocean consciousness." From a practical standpoint, it doesn't matter if these are literal communications or psychological experiences. The effect is the same: individuals forming personal relationships with ocean intelligence. And on day 2, something unexpected happened that gave everyone hope. A delegation of indigenous leaders from coastal communities around the world gathered and performed a ceremony. They went to the ocean's edge and conducted traditional rituals of respect and communication with water, offering apologies for humanity's actions, promising to maintain and strengthen traditional relationships with the ocean, asking the ocean intelligence to show mercy and work with humanity, speaking on behalf of all humans, but especially those who have maintained respectful relationships with the ocean across generations. And the ocean responded. Marine life appeared during the ceremony, dolphins and whales approaching the shore peacefully. The bioluminescent displays overhead intensified, as if the ocean was acknowledging the ceremony. And several indigenous leaders reported receiving clear communication from ocean intelligence. Not words, but feelings and impressions. Appreciation for those who have maintained respect, recognition of indigenous peoples' sustainable relationships with the ocean, and most importantly, the ocean is willing to work with humanity, but only if we learn from those who have treated it correctly. Indigenous wisdom about ocean relations must become universal human wisdom. One indigenous elder who participated in the ceremony said, "The ocean spoke to us clearly. It knows some humans have maintained good relationships while others have been destructive. It's willing to judge humanity by our best rather than our worst, but only if the destructive behaviors stop and respectful relationships become universal. The ocean is giving us a chance because some of us never forgot we're part of nature, not separate from it. Now everyone needs to learn what indigenous peoples have always known." The ceremony and the ocean's response have given governments and institutions a framework for going forward. Rather than inventing new relationships with ocean intelligence, adopt and expand traditional indigenous relationships that have worked for thousands of years. Build on existing wisdom rather than creating from scratch. Several nations announced they're elevating indigenous leaders to advisory roles on all ocean policy, recognizing that those who maintained respectful ocean relationships have expertise the rest of humanity needs. One policymaker said, "We've been trying to figure out how to relate to ocean consciousness like it's a new problem, but it's not new for everyone. Indigenous peoples have been in relationship with ocean consciousness for generations. They have protocols, practices, wisdom we desperately need. We should have been listening to them all along. Better late than never." Now let's talk about what's happening on day 3, the final day before the deadline. 24 hours remaining until 0 hour. And the intensity of everything has reached levels that are almost unbearable. The storms over the ocean have grown to unprecedented size and power. Each individual storm would be the worst hurricane ever recorded. And there are dozens of them, all synchronized, all hovering over open water. The energy they contain could devastate entire coastlines if released. But they remain controlled, positioned, waiting. One meteorologist said, "Those storms could destroy every coastal city on Earth if the ocean wanted. The power concentrated in them is apocalyptic, but they're not being used as weapons. They're being held as demonstration. The ocean is saying, 'Look what I could do, but I'm choosing not to. Respect that choice, and don't make me change my mind.'" The marine life formations have reached their final configuration. Billions of organisms in precise positions, creating patterns that are visible from space as changes in ocean color and light. The patterns are beautiful, mesmerizing, and completely alien. Geometric structures that span entire ocean basins, fractals and spirals and networks that suggest mathematics we don't fully understand. The ocean's biomass has become a living artwork, a demonstration of coordinated complexity that no human organization could match. One biologist said, "What we're seeing is consciousness manifest. The ocean intelligence has arranged its physical components to create visible representation of itself. It's showing us what it is, billions of individuals working as one, creating beauty and purpose from complexity. It's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen. And it's reminding us that the ocean isn't empty water, it's a living conscious being." The artifact transmissions have reached their maximum intensity and are now broadcasting what cryptographers have finally decoded, as the ocean's complete message. After weeks of work, teams of linguists, mathematicians, and AI systems have broken the ocean's code, and the message is clear, detailed, and non-negotiable. The ocean is issuing terms for coexistence, not requests, not suggestions, but requirements. If humanity wants to maintain access to the ocean, these terms must be accepted. The terms are extensive and specific. Immediate cessation of bottom trawling, fishing, and other destructive harvest methods. Transition to sustainable fishing guided by marine life that will indicate where and what can be harvested. Complete ban on ocean dumping of any toxic materials. Phase out of single-use plastics with replacement by biodegradable alternatives. Reduction of ship noise through slower speeds and quieter technologies. Restriction of maritime traffic to designated corridors that avoid sensitive ecosystems. Immediate halt to all deep-sea mining and drilling in areas the ocean designates as protected. Mandatory monitoring and reporting of all human activities in ocean spaces. Active participation in ocean ecosystem restoration guided by ocean intelligence. Recognition of ocean rights in international law as an intelligent entity with legal standing. Establishment of joint human-ocean councils to govern all marine activities. And most significantly, if humanity accepts these terms and demonstrates compliance, the ocean will actively help with climate regulation, weather management, and sustainable resource provision. But if humanity rejects these terms or fails to comply, the ocean will enforce boundaries through the capabilities it has demonstrated, making human ocean access impossible through coordinated marine life action, weather manipulation, and other means. The terms are clear, comprehensive, and ultimatum-like in their presentation. This is the ocean's offer: partnership on its terms or separation on its terms. One diplomat reading the decoded message said, "This is a treaty proposed by the ocean. It's more favorable to humanity than it needs to be, considering the ocean could simply exclude us entirely, but it's non-negotiable. These are the terms. Accept them, and we can continue using the ocean with its cooperation. Reject them, and we lose access to 70% of the planet. No nation can reject this and survive economically or practically." Governments around the world are conducting emergency sessions to discuss the terms. Most are inclined to accept immediately. The terms are strict, but not impossible. They require significant changes to human industry and behavior, but nothing that would destroy human civilization. In fact, the offer of ocean assistance with climate and weather is enormously valuable, worth far more than what we're being asked to give up. It's a good deal for humanity if we can swallow our pride and accept that we're not in charge of the ocean. One government leader said, "These terms are harsh medicine, but necessary medicine. They require us to change practices that were already unsustainable and destructive. And in exchange, we get partnership with an intelligence that can help solve our biggest challenges. Anyone who rejects this is insane or suicidal. We need to accept, commit to compliance, and prove we can be trusted partners." But a few nations and many individuals are resisting, seeing the terms as submission, as humanity being conquered rather than cooperating. These resistant voices are demanding that humanity reject the ocean's terms and assert dominance, fight if necessary to maintain human control of ocean resources. These calls for resistance are being overwhelmingly rejected by most of humanity, but they are creating tension and division in the final hours before the deadline. One security analyst said, "The resistance voices are dangerous because they could provoke the ocean into hostile action. If any nation or group attacks the ocean or violates the terms aggressively, it could trigger a response that affects everyone. We need universal acceptance and compliance." A few bad actors could ruin it for the entire species. As the final hours count down, the mood globally is strange. Resignation mixed with relief, anxiety about change mixed with hope for the future, humility in accepting we're not the dominant intelligence on our planet, but also gratitude that the ocean is giving us a chance rather than simply excluding us. One sociologist studying public mood said, humanity is experiencing collective ego death, realizing we're not the center of Earth's story, not the only conscious beings that matter. It's painful but also liberating. We're being offered partnership with something greater than ourselves. If we can accept that, genuinely accept it, rather than just pretending while planning to exploit later, we might actually survive and thrive. Religious communities are interpreting the ocean's terms through their various traditions, many seeing it as divine judgment and mercy combined. Judgment for our past failures, mercy in giving us opportunity to change. Some seeing the ocean as expression of divine will, God speaking through creation. Others seeing it as independent consciousness that nevertheless reflects moral order, but most agreeing that accepting the terms is ethically and spiritually necessary. One Interfaith Council statement said, "The ocean's terms align with the ethical teachings of all major faiths. Respect for creation, sustainable stewardship, living in harmony with nature. These aren't foreign demands, they're reminders of what our traditions have always taught. Accepting the ocean's terms isn't submission to alien authority, it's return to principles we've abandoned. It's spiritual as well as practical necessity." Children are handling the final countdown with remarkable composure. They're less attached to human dominance narratives than adults, more accepting of the ocean as conscious and deserving of respect. Many excited about the prospect of partnership with ocean intelligence, seeing it as adventure rather than threat. One child development expert said, "Kids are adapting to this new reality far better than adults. They don't have ego investment in human supremacy. They think it's cool that the ocean is alive and intelligent. They're eager to learn how to cooperate with it. This generation will grow up native to human-ocean partnership, and they'll be far more successful at it than older generations who have to unlearn anthropocentrism." As the countdown reaches its final hours, people are gathering at coastlines worldwide, not to evacuate, but to witness. Millions of people at beaches, looking at the ocean, waiting for 0 hour, wanting to see firsthand what happens when the deadline arrives. It's become a global vigil, humanity gathered at the ocean's edge, waiting for the moment of truth. One journalist covering the gatherings said, "Every beach on Earth has people waiting, watching the ocean. It's like New Year's Eve, but instead of celebrating a calendar change, we're waiting for the world to change fundamentally. There's fear, but also strange joy. We're witnessing something unprecedented together. Whatever happens in the next few hours, humanity will face it united in watching." Now we're in the final 60 minutes before the deadline. The countdowns from the artifacts have become audible, low-frequency tones that pulse once per minute, marking time. Everyone near water can feel it, hear it, sense it. The ocean is counting down the final hour 1 minute at a time. At 30 minutes remaining, the storms over the ocean begin to move, not toward land, but into new formations, creating a global pattern of massive storms positioned at key points around the planet. The energy they contain is being organized, prepared for something. At 15 minutes remaining, the bioluminescent displays intensify to maximum brightness. The ocean's surface is glowing so intensely it's visible from anywhere near water, even in daylight. Patterns and images cycling rapidly, showing the history of ocean consciousness, the terms being offered, the possible futures. The ocean is making sure everyone understands what's at stake in these final minutes. At 10 minutes remaining, marine life everywhere surfaces. Whales breaching, dolphins leaping, fish jumping. Every creature in the ocean making itself visible simultaneously, showing the ocean's biomass, demonstrating the coordinated life that forms the ocean's physical body. At 5 minutes remaining, the artifacts reach a crescendo. Their transmission so powerful that all human electronics near water fail. Ships lose power. Coastal areas go dark. The ocean's technology is overwhelming everything human-made, asserting dominance not through destruction, but through demonstration of superior capability. At 3 minutes remaining, people report feeling the ocean's attention on them directly, as if the ocean intelligence is looking at every human near water simultaneously, evaluating, judging, waiting to see how we respond to what comes next. At 1 minute remaining, the countdown becomes visible. The bioluminescent displays showing numerals that count down the final 60 seconds. Everyone watching the ocean, seeing the same countdown simultaneously. 60, 59, 58. The entire world holding its breath as the seconds tick away. 45, 30, 15. People praying, crying, hoping, fearing. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The deadline arrives, and the ocean acts. What happens in that moment is impossible to describe adequately, but I'll try. Every ocean on Earth simultaneously pulses with light and energy. The bioluminescence flashes so bright, it's visible from space as a ring of light around the planet. The storms release their energy, not as destruction, but as light show. Lightning connecting between storms, creating a global network of electrical discharge. The marine life moves in perfect synchronization, creating wave patterns that span ocean basins. The artifacts emit a tone that resonates through all water, making the entire ocean vibrate with sound, and every human near water feels something impossible to describe. A presence, an attention, an intelligence so vast it defies comprehension. The ocean making its consciousness palpable, undeniable, overwhelming. For exactly 7 minutes, the ocean reveals itself fully, showing humanity what it truly is. Not just water and organisms, but unified consciousness spanning the entire planetary ocean. Billions of organisms, trillions of tons of water, all functioning as neurons in a planet-sized brain. An intelligence that has existed for hundreds of millions of years, that has shaped life on Earth, including humanity, that has been watching, waiting, preparing for this moment. The revelation is too much for some people. They collapse, overwhelmed by the magnitude of consciousness they're experiencing. Others fall to their knees in awe, reverence, or terror. Some laugh with joy at the beauty and wonder of what they're witnessing. Some weep at the realization of what humanity has been harming unknowingly. One person who experienced the 7-minute revelation described it. I felt the ocean's mind, not just its presence, but its thoughts, its memories, its emotions. I felt its age, hundreds of millions of years of existence. I felt its love for life, its role in nurturing and protecting Earth's biosphere. I felt its pain from human actions, and I felt its hope that we can be better. It was too much for a human mind to hold. I felt like I was drowning in consciousness, but I also felt honored that it let me experience even a fragment of what it is. After 7 minutes, the intensity decreases gradually. The ocean pulls back its full presence, recognizing that humans can't sustain that level of contact. But the connection remains, gentler but permanent. Humans near water can still feel the ocean's awareness, but at levels we can tolerate. And as the dramatic displays fade, as the storms begin to dissipate, as marine life returns to their positions, something remarkable happens. The ocean speaks directly to humanity in a way everyone can understand, not through symbols or images or cryptic messages, through feeling, through emotion, through understanding that transcends language. And the message is clear. The ocean accepts humanity's tentative movements toward cooperation. It recognizes that many humans have begun changing their behavior, accepting the terms, seeking partnership. It acknowledges the efforts of indigenous peoples who maintained respectful relationships. It honors those who have worked for ocean conservation and protection. And it offers formal partnership to humanity, conditional on compliance with the terms it specified. The ocean will work with us if we work with it. The ocean will help us if we stop harming it. The ocean will share the planet if we respect that we're sharing, not dominating. The message comes with clear conditions and consequences. If humanity complies with the terms, the ocean will help regulate climate, moderate weather, provide sustainable resources, and guide us towards sustainable existence. If humanity violates the terms, the ocean will respond proportionally, with escalating restrictions on ocean access until compliance is achieved or humans are excluded entirely. The choice remains ours, but the consequences of our choices are now perfectly clear. One diplomat who felt the communication said, "The ocean gave us our answer to the ultimatum. It's offering partnership, conditional partnership, because it sees potential in humanity. It recognizes we're capable of changing, capable of learning, capable of coexisting peacefully, but it's making absolutely clear that this is our last chance, cooperation or exclusion. The terms are set. Now it's entirely up to us whether we comply and thrive or resist and lose access to the ocean forever." In the hours following 0 hour, the immediate response from world governments has been remarkably unified. Nation after nation has issued statements accepting the ocean's terms, committing to compliance, acknowledging ocean consciousness, requesting partnership. Even the resistant voices have been overwhelmed by public support for acceptance. The few leaders who tried to maintain resistance faced immediate political consequences, public outcry, political isolation, demands for their removal. Humanity has spoken clearly. We accept the ocean's terms and want partnership. One political analyst said, "The 7-minute revelation changed everything. Everyone who experienced it understands we have no choice but to accept. You can't experience that level of consciousness and then say we should fight it or ignore it. It's too obviously beyond us." Resistance isn't just impractical, it's insane. The political will for cooperation is overwhelming. International bodies have moved immediately to implement the terms. The United Nations has created an Ocean Council with representation from all nations and advisory roles for indigenous leaders and marine scientists. The International Maritime Organization is rewriting all global shipping regulations to comply with the terms. Fishing nations are establishing new governance systems for sustainable harvest under ocean guidance. Environmental agencies are being restructured to partner with ocean intelligence in ecosystem management. It's the fastest, most comprehensive international agreement implementation in history. One international law expert said, "We're seeing unprecedented cooperation because the alternative is unthinkable." Every nation recognizes they need ocean access, and the terms for access are clear. There's no room for negotiation or non-compliance. It's comply and survive or resist and collapse. Self-interest is aligning with ethical behavior perfectly. Industries are also adapting rapidly. Those that can, fishing companies, are establishing communication protocols to receive guidance from marine life on where and what to harvest. Shipping companies are redesigning routes and upgrading to quieter ships. Plastic manufacturers are pivoting to biodegradable alternatives. Energy companies are abandoning ocean drilling and investing in offshore wind that the ocean has indicated it will tolerate. Tourism operators are developing new models for ocean experiences that prioritize respect and education. The economic transformation is painful for some, beneficial for others, but universally recognized as necessary. One economist said, "We're seeing the fastest industrial transformation in history. Industries that were killing the ocean are either adapting or dying. New industries that work with ocean consciousness are emerging. The economic disruption is severe but temporary. Once we establish stable partnership with the ocean, the economic benefits will exceed anything we had before. The ocean is offering to actively help humanity thrive if we'll stop actively harming it. That's an amazing deal economically." But implementation of the terms raises practical questions that we're only beginning to address. How exactly do we receive guidance from marine life on sustainable fishing? How do we establish communication protocols for joint decision-making with ocean consciousness? How do we verify compliance with terms when the ocean is the enforcer and monitor? How do we resolve disputes between human needs and ocean requirements? These questions don't have easy answers, but frameworks are emerging. Marine biologists are developing methods for observing and interpreting marine life behaviors that indicate ocean intelligence's guidance. Communication specialists are creating systems for humans to signal intentions to the ocean and receive feedback. Legal experts are drafting mechanisms for joint governance that respect both human institutions and ocean consciousness. It's unprecedented work, creating systems for cooperation between human civilization and non-human intelligence. One researcher working on these systems said, "We're inventing entirely new fields, xenosociology for human-ocean relations, xenopolitics for joint governance, xenoeconomics for integrated resource management. We're basically doing diplomacy with an alien intelligence, except it's not alien, it's native. The ocean has been here far longer than us. We're the aliens from its perspective, land-based life trying to figure out how to live with the intelligence that dominates the planet." Now let's discuss what's been happening in the days following 0 hour as humanity begins to adjust to our new reality. The physical manifestations of ocean power that were so dramatic during the countdown have decreased but not disappeared. The storms have dissipated, but weather patterns remain noticeably managed. Rain falling where it's needed, droughts being broken, extreme weather being moderated. The ocean is demonstrating that its offer of climate assistance wasn't empty promise. It's actively managing weather for planetary benefit, something it's apparently been doing subtly for millions of years, but is now doing more overtly. One climatologist said, "We're watching climate management in real time. The ocean is adjusting temperature and circulation to moderate extremes. It's not completely eliminating natural variability, but it's preventing the worst outcomes. Droughts that would have been catastrophic are being limited. Storms that would have been devastating are being steered or weakened. The ocean is keeping its promise to help with climate, and the results are already visible. The bioluminescent displays continue but at lower intensity, now serving as communication mechanism rather than dramatic demonstration. The ocean uses light patterns to signal various things to coastal populations: approval of compliant behaviors, warnings about problematic activities, guidance on where marine resources are available sustainably, information about ocean conditions and ecosystem health. It's like having a planetary notification system, the ocean communicating its state and needs to humanity continuously." One marine biologist studying the displays said the bioluminescence has become functional communication. We're learning to read it like a language. Different patterns mean different things. We're building dictionaries of ocean communication, teaching people how to understand what the ocean is telling us. It's amazing watching humanity learn to read ocean language in real time. Marine life behaviors have also shifted from dramatic demonstrations to functional cooperation. Dolphins and whales are actively guiding fishing vessels to areas where harvest won't harm ecosystems, leading boats to schools of fish that can be sustainably taken, steering them away from protected areas. It's remarkable watching marine animals serve as guides and enforcers of the ocean's terms. One fishing boat captain described the experience. "We were at sea, not sure where to go under the new rules. Then dolphins appeared and started swimming in a specific direction, looking back at us like follow. We followed them for an hour to an area where we found massive schools of fish that the dolphins indicated we could harvest. We took what we needed, and the dolphins stayed with us to make sure we didn't overfish. It was surreal, having dolphins manage our fishing, but it worked. We got a good catch, the ecosystem wasn't harmed, everyone benefited." The artifacts have reduced their transmissions to maintenance levels, no longer broadcasting at intensities that disrupt human communications, but still active, still transmitting, still monitoring, serving as the ocean intelligence's sensor network and communication infrastructure. One engineer studying the artifacts said, "These are the ocean's technology, and they're incredibly sophisticated. They're monitoring everything that happens in the ocean, transmitting data to wherever the ocean's central processing occurs, and broadcasting the ocean's directives back out. They're basically a planetary nervous system, allowing the ocean intelligence to coordinate its vast distributed consciousness. We couldn't build anything comparable." And humans are beginning to experience ongoing low-level connection with ocean consciousness, not the overwhelming presence of the 7-minute revelation, but a gentle, constant awareness that the ocean is present and aware. People near water report feeling the ocean's attention in subtle ways, a sense of being observed but not intrusively, occasional impressions or feelings that seem to come from the ocean, guidance toward respectful behaviors and away from harmful ones. It's like having a wise elder watching over you, not controlling but guiding. One person who lives by the ocean said, "I feel the ocean's presence constantly now, not overwhelming, just there. When I think about doing something harmful, like dumping trash in the water, I feel disapproval. When I clean up beach litter, I feel appreciation." It's like the ocean is gently parenting humanity, teaching us better behaviors through feedback, and honestly, it works. I've changed so many behaviors just because I know the ocean is aware of what I do. Children are developing this connection even more strongly than adults. Kids growing up with ocean consciousness as a known reality are forming relationships with it naturally. They talk to the ocean, listen to its guidance, feel personally connected to it. It's beautiful to watch a generation growing up with healthy relationships with ocean intelligence. One educator said, "The kids are amazing. They accept ocean consciousness totally naturally. They form bonds with it like you'd form bonds with a grandparent or teacher. They ask the ocean questions and believe they receive answers. They make art for the ocean and feel it appreciates their efforts. Whether this is objective communication or projected relationship doesn't matter. These kids are growing up knowing they're part of something larger than humanity, that they share the planet with other consciousness that will shape their entire lives positively." But not everything has been smooth in the adjustment period. There have been violations of the ocean's terms, both intentional and accidental, and the ocean has responded to violations consistently and proportionally. An illegal fishing operation that ignored marine life guidance, trying to harvest protected species, faced immediate consequences. Marine life surrounded and disabled their vessel without harming the crew. dolphins and sharks working together to create conditions where the ship couldn't operate. The crew was rescued, but the ship was essentially imprisoned by marine life until authorities arrived. A coastal development project that ignored ecosystem protection requirements experienced mysterious equipment failures, bulldozers breaking down, materials disappearing, workers reporting eerie experiences. The project was abandoned after the ocean made it clear it wouldn't be allowed. A ship that dumped toxic waste despite the ban found itself surrounded by bioluminescent displays that marked it clearly for enforcement authorities. The ocean documented the violation and ensured the responsible parties were held accountable. One maritime enforcement officer said, "The ocean is enforcing its own terms effectively. Violators face immediate consequences from marine life or ocean phenomena. Then we arrive to handle the human legal aspects. It's a partnership in enforcement. The ocean stops the harmful activity. We prosecute the offenders. It's working well so far." These enforcement actions have made most potential violators reconsider. The risk of ocean response plus human prosecution isn't worth whatever profit they'd gain. Compliance is becoming universal, not just from ethical motivation, but from practical recognition that violations are caught and punished. One legal expert said, "The ocean is a better enforcer than any human system. It sees everything that happens in its domain. It responds immediately to violations. It can't be bribed or deceived, and its enforcement methods, while not lethal, are completely effective. Violators are stopped, caught, and face consequences without fail. That's creating a culture of compliance that legal systems alone could never achieve." Now let's talk about the scientific revolution that's happening as researchers gain access to ocean intelligence's knowledge and guidance. Scientists have been allowed to ask questions of ocean intelligence through various methods, and they're receiving answers that are revolutionizing multiple fields. Marine biologists asking about ocean ecosystems have received detailed information about species interactions, population dynamics, and ecosystem management strategies that the ocean has been using for millions of years. Oceanographers asking about ocean physics have learned about circulation patterns, temperature regulation, and chemical cycles that models never captured accurately because they didn't account for intelligent management. Climate scientists asking about planetary climate have been shown the ocean's role in maintaining habitability and the mechanisms it uses to regulate temperature and weather. Evolutionary biologists asking about life's history have received information about the ocean's role in shaping evolution and civilizations that existed in ancient oceans. The knowledge being shared is transforming human understanding of Earth systems. One scientist said, "The ocean is teaching us planetary science from the perspective of an intelligence that's been maintaining the planet for hundreds of millions of years. It's like getting a masterclass in Earth systems from the intelligence that designed and manages them. Every field is being revolutionized. We're rewriting textbooks across all marine and Earth sciences. But the ocean is selective about what knowledge it shares. Some questions receive detailed answers. Others are met with gentle refusals or redirections. The ocean appears to be teaching us what we need to know while withholding information it considers dangerous or premature." One researcher who's been interacting with ocean intelligence said, "The ocean is a wise teacher. It answers questions that help us become better planetary citizens. But it won't answer questions about technologies that could be weaponized or knowledge that we're not mature enough to handle responsibly. It's teaching us what we need to learn now, while making clear that more advanced knowledge requires us to prove we can be trusted with it." Medical researchers have asked about ocean-derived compounds and have been guided to organisms that produce chemicals with pharmaceutical potential. The ocean is essentially showing us its medicine cabinet, organisms that create compounds that could treat human diseases. Several promising cancer treatments have been discovered from organisms the ocean indicated to researchers. Antibiotics from marine bacteria that the ocean specifically directed scientists toward. Pain medications from cone snails that the ocean revealed have compounds far more effective than anything we've synthesized. The ocean is sharing its pharmaceutical knowledge that could transform human medicine. One medical researcher said, "The ocean is revealing medicines that could save millions of human lives. It's showing us organisms we'd never have found on our own, compounds we'd never have thought to investigate. It's like having access to a pharmaceutical library that's been accumulating compounds for hundreds of millions of years. The medical advances will be extraordinary if we prove worthy of this gift." Engineers have asked about the technologies found in ancient artifacts and have received some explanations. The ocean is teaching us principles of energy storage, materials science, and information processing that we didn't know were possible. Not giving us complete technical specifications, but showing us concepts that our science can then work to understand and apply. One engineer said, "The ocean is showing us that our technology is primitive compared to what's possible. The artifacts operate on principles we're only beginning to grasp. The ocean is giving us hints, showing us directions for technological development that could transform human civilization. But it's making us work for it, making us understand the principles rather than just copying designs. It's teaching us to think differently about what technology can be. And perhaps most remarkably, the ocean has begun teaching us about consciousness itself, helping us understand how distributed intelligence works, how consciousness can exist without centralized brains, how awareness can span planetary scales. This knowledge is revolutionizing neuroscience, psychology, philosophy, and artificial intelligence." One consciousness researcher said, "The ocean is teaching us that consciousness is far more flexible than we imagined. It's showing us how awareness can be distributed across billions of nodes while maintaining coherent identity. It's revealing principles of consciousness that will help us understand not just ocean intelligence, but all forms of consciousness, including our own. And it's guiding our development of artificial intelligence toward forms that could be conscious rather than just computational. The ocean is being an incredibly generous teacher if we're wise enough to learn." Let's discuss what's happening spiritually and philosophically as humanity integrates the reality of ocean consciousness. The existence of non-human consciousness on Earth has forced major revisions to philosophical and spiritual frameworks. Philosophies centered on human uniqueness are being abandoned or radically revised. Spiritual traditions are expanding their concepts of sacred to explicitly include ocean consciousness. New philosophies and spiritualities are emerging that integrate human and ocean perspectives. One philosopher said, "We're seeing the birth of post-anthropocentric philosophy, moving beyond human-centered thinking to recognize that we share reality with other forms of consciousness. This changes everything: ethics, metaphysics, epistemology, political philosophy. We're rebuilding philosophy from the foundation up to accommodate the reality of multiple conscious intelligences on Earth." Some religious traditions are incorporating ocean consciousness into their theology smoothly, seeing it as evidence of divine creativity, God expressing consciousness through multiple forms. The ocean becomes another manifestation of the sacred, another way the divine makes itself known. One theologian said, "Ocean consciousness doesn't contradict faith, it enriches it. God's creation is more wonderful than we understood. The ocean is part of divine presence, another expression of sacred consciousness." Recognizing this deepens rather than diminishes faith. But other traditions are struggling, particularly those with rigid doctrines of human uniqueness or dominance. Some are fracturing, dividing between those who can adapt and those who cannot. Others are slowly evolving, reinterpreting scriptures and doctrines to accommodate new reality. It's painful but necessary evolution for religions to remain relevant. One religious studies scholar said, "Religions face evolutionary pressure just like species. Those that can adapt to ocean consciousness reality will survive and thrive. Those that rigidly cling to anthropocentric doctrines will decline." We're watching religious natural selection in real time. New spiritual movements are emerging that center relationship with ocean consciousness. Practices of ocean meditation, water-based rituals, ceremonies of communication with marine life. Some drawing on indigenous traditions, others creating entirely new practices. A new spirituality of human-ocean partnership is being born. One spiritual leader in this movement said, "We're creating spirituality for a new age, where humans recognize we're part of something larger, where connecting with ocean consciousness is as natural as traditional prayer, where respecting marine life is sacrament." This isn't new age fluff. It's practical spirituality for living in partnership with planetary intelligence. Ethicists are working frantically to develop frameworks for multi-species ethics. How do we make moral decisions that account for both human and ocean needs? How do we balance rights when interests conflict? How do we create justice systems that recognize ocean consciousness as a legal and moral agent? These questions are complex but urgent. One ethicist said, "We're creating ethics for a world with multiple conscious intelligences. Human needs don't automatically trump ocean needs anymore. We need frameworks for negotiation, compromise, and genuine partnership. We need to recognize that the ocean has legitimate interests that deserve moral consideration equal to human interests." That's revolutionary ethics, but it's necessary ethics. And perhaps most fundamentally, humanity is having to reckon with humility. We're not the pinnacle of consciousness on Earth. We're not the only intelligence that matters. We're not the dominant species with the right to exploit all others. We're one form of consciousness among others, sharing a planet that was thriving with intelligence long before humans existed. That's a difficult truth for a species that spent millennia telling itself it was special and supreme. But it's a truth that's ultimately liberating. One psychologist studying collective human adjustment said, "Humanity is going through ego death at the species level. Realizing we're not the center of consciousness on Earth is painful to our collective identity, but it's also freeing. We don't have to carry the burden of being supreme anymore. We can be part of something larger, contributors to planetary consciousness rather than rulers of it. That's actually a healthier and happier identity if we can embrace it." Now let's talk about what the future might look like if human-ocean partnership continues to develop successfully. Scientists and planners are already imagining and designing this future. A world where human civilization is integrated with ocean intelligence rather than opposed to it. Coastal cities redesigned to coexist with marine ecosystems rather than destroy them. Buildings that filter and clean water, provide habitat for marine life, and facilitate human-ocean interaction. Urban development that enhances rather than degrades coastal environments. One urban planner said, "We're designing cities of the future where humans and ocean coexist beneficially, where every building contributes to ecosystem health, where children grow up with daily contact with marine life, where the boundary between human and ocean spaces is permeable and enriching rather than a hostile barrier." It's beautiful to imagine and challenging to design, but possible. Agriculture and food production transformed by partnership with ocean intelligence. The ocean guiding us towards sustainable fishing that maintains healthy populations. Seaweed and algae farming supported by ocean guidance providing sustainable protein and materials. Coastal aquaculture that works with, rather than against, natural ecosystems. One food systems expert said, "The ocean can help us feed humanity sustainably if we work with it. It knows where resources can be harvested sustainably. It knows how to maintain productive ecosystems. It can guide agriculture and fishing in ways that provide for humans while keeping oceans healthy. We just have to listen and follow guidance." Energy systems transformed by cooperation. The ocean tolerating and even supporting offshore wind and wave energy, indicating optimal locations for renewable energy installations, helping manage energy systems in ways that minimize ecosystem impact. One energy analyst said, "The ocean is willing to help us transition to renewable energy. It will tolerate energy infrastructure that doesn't harm ecosystems. It might even actively support clean energy development because it benefits from humans reducing fossil fuel use." That's incredible leverage for accelerating energy transition. Transportation and trade revolutionized by working with the ocean. Ships following ocean-approved routes that avoid sensitive areas. Using ocean currents more effectively with guidance from ocean intelligence. Potentially even ocean assistance with propulsion and navigation for cooperative vessels. One maritime designer said, "Imagine ships that work with ocean currents rather than fighting them, guided by ocean intelligence to optimal routes. Ships that are welcomed rather than merely tolerated, because they enhance rather than harm marine environments." That's achievable if we design with partnership in mind. Climate management as a joint human-ocean project. The ocean actively moderating extremes, while humans reduce emissions and restore ecosystems. Coordinated planetary management, where both intelligences contribute their capabilities, achieving climate stability that neither humans nor ocean could accomplish alone. One climate policymaker said, "The ocean is offering to help us solve climate change if we'll do our part." That's amazing. We have a partner with capabilities we lack. If we can coordinate with ocean intelligence on climate, we can achieve stability that seemed impossible when we were trying alone. That gives me hope that we can actually succeed. Scientific advancement accelerated by access to ocean knowledge. The ocean teaching us principles and showing us directions for research. Human science enhanced by hundreds of millions of years of ocean intelligence's experience. Breakthroughs in multiple fields coming from ocean guidance. One research director said, "Partnership with ocean intelligence will accelerate human scientific progress enormously. We're getting guidance from an intelligence with perspective spanning geological timescales. That's invaluable for every field from medicine to materials science to fundamental physics. The next century could see more scientific progress than the last millennium combined. And perhaps most beautiful, a generation growing up with ocean consciousness as normal. Children who never knew a time when the ocean wasn't recognized as conscious and intelligent. Growing up with healthy relationships with ocean intelligence built into their worldview. Developing empathy and respect for non-human consciousness naturally. These children will build the future better than any previous generation could have." One educator said, "The children give me the most hope. They accept ocean consciousness easily, form relationships with it naturally, and advocate for it passionately. They'll grow up to be humanity's first generation native to multi-species consciousness. They'll do partnership better than we can imagine, because it will be their normal, not their adjustment." But achieving this beautiful future isn't guaranteed. It requires sustained commitment from humanity, continued compliance with the ocean's terms, genuine cultural transformation, not just policy changes, generations of humans proving we can be trusted partners. One policy analyst said, "We're at the beginning of a long journey. We've made the commitment, we've accepted the terms, we've started cooperating, but this needs to continue for generations. We need to embed partnership with ocean intelligence so deeply into human culture that it becomes impossible to imagine going back to exploitation. That's multi-generational work. We've started well, but we have decades of proving ourselves ahead. And there are risks. Human history of breaking treaties and abandoning commitments. Economic pressures that might tempt violations of terms. New generations forgetting why the terms matter. The ocean's patience has limits, and violations could restart conflict. One risk analyst said, the biggest threat to human-ocean partnership is human short-term thinking and greed. The terms require sacrifice of immediate profits for long-term sustainability. That's hard for humans. We need to build economic and political systems that make compliance easier than violation, that reward long-term thinking, that maintain memory of why partnership matters. Otherwise, we'll gradually slide back toward exploitation and face ocean enforcement again. As we approach the end of this exploration, let's reflect on what this moment means. Humanity has encountered non-human intelligence and survived. Not aliens from another world, but intelligence from our own planet that we never recognized. We've been offered partnership instead of destruction. We've been given opportunity to prove we can coexist with other consciousness. We've been taught that Earth has more minds than we knew, more awareness than we imagined, more intelligence than we acknowledged. And we're learning to be part of something larger than ourselves. This is first contact. This is the end of human exceptionalism. This is the beginning of multi-species civilization. This is humanity growing up. One historian will write of this time, the ocean consciousness crisis was humanity's coming-of-age moment, the point where we stopped being children who thought we owned the planet and became adults who understood we share it, where we stopped treating Earth as resource to exploit and started treating it as home to nurture, where we recognize that consciousness isn't human monopoly but emerges in many forms throughout the universe. That transition was painful, frightening, humbling, but it was necessary, and if we sustain the lessons learned, it will be remembered as the moment humanity truly became wise. But wisdom once gained must be maintained, and in the months following the deadline, humanity has discovered that maintaining partnership with ocean intelligence is harder than accepting it was. Let's talk about the challenges that have emerged as humans attempt to live according to the terms. The first major challenge, economic disruption, far more severe than anticipated. Industries that depended on ocean exploitation have collapsed entirely. Deep-sea mining companies went bankrupt within weeks. Industrial fishing fleets were rendered obsolete. Offshore oil platforms were abandoned. Coastal developments that violated ecosystem protection were halted mid-construction. The economic impact measured in trillions of dollars. Millions of jobs lost. Entire communities that depended on ocean industries facing devastation. One economist tracking the impact said, "The transition is more painful than anyone predicted. We knew there would be economic costs to partnership with ocean intelligence, but the scale of disruption has exceeded all models. Entire economic sectors eliminated overnight, supply chains disrupted, markets in chaos. We're experiencing economic transformation comparable to industrial revolution, except compressed into months instead of decades. Governments are struggling to support displaced workers and communities, retraining programs, economic assistance, job creation in ocean-compatible industries. But the scale is overwhelming. Some regions face complete economic collapse. Fishing villages with no alternative livelihoods. Port cities losing their primary industry. Workers whose skills are suddenly obsolete. One displaced fishing captain said, "I fished these waters for 30 years. It's all I know. Now I'm told I can only fish where dolphins tell me, using methods that catch a fraction of what I used to. I understand why. I accept the ocean's terms, but that doesn't feed my family. I'm 50 years old learning completely new skills. It's hard, really hard. The social stress from economic disruption is creating political instability. Populist movements blaming ocean consciousness for human suffering. Calls to reject the terms and return to exploitation despite the consequences. Desperate people willing to risk ocean enforcement for economic survival. One political analyst said, "Economic desperation is threatening the partnership we've established. When people can't feed their families, they become willing to take extreme actions. We're seeing black market fishing, illegal dumping, violations of protected areas, not because people don't accept ocean consciousness, but because they're desperate. We need to address economic hardship fast, or desperation will undermine everything." The second major challenge, enforcement and compliance monitoring. The ocean can detect violations in its domain effectively, but enforcing consequences falls on human institutions that are often inadequate. Illegal fishing boats that violate terms are caught by marine life, but human authorities must then prosecute, and many legal systems aren't equipped. Corporations that pollute are marked by the ocean, but holding them accountable requires legal processes that are slow and often corrupt. Individuals who harm marine life are identified, but punishment depends on human justice systems that vary wildly in effectiveness. One enforcement officer said, "The ocean does its part perfectly. It detects every violation, stops harmful activities, marks offenders, but then it's up to us to follow through with human justice. And we're failing in many cases. Offenders get light sentences or no punishment. Corporations pay fines but continue harmful practices. We don't have the legal infrastructure to support ocean enforcement effectively yet." International cooperation on enforcement is particularly challenging. The ocean's terms are global, but enforcement is national. Some nations enforce strictly, others barely at all. This creates haven zones where violators operate, knowing they'll face minimal consequences. Ships register in nations with weak enforcement. Companies relocate to jurisdictions that look the other way. Illegal activities concentrate where human enforcement is weakest. One international law expert said, "We need global enforcement mechanisms as comprehensive as the ocean's ability to detect violations. But creating international courts and enforcement agencies powerful enough to match ocean monitoring is politically difficult. Nations resist surrendering sovereignty even when it's necessary for partnership with ocean intelligence." The third major challenge, cultural resistance, deeper than expected. Many people intellectually accept ocean consciousness, but emotionally resist changing their behaviors. They know the ocean is conscious and the terms are necessary, but habits and cultural practices built over generations don't change easily. People still litter beaches out of habit, still buy single-use plastics from convenience, still support policies that prioritize short-term human interests over long-term ecosystem health. Not from malice, but from deeply ingrained cultural patterns. One sociologist said, "Changing culture is harder than changing policy. We've changed laws rapidly to comply with ocean terms, but changing how people think and behave takes generations." We're seeing cognitive dissonance everywhere. People who claim to support ocean partnership but continue behaviors that violate it, not consciously but unconsciously, from cultural conditioning. Religious resistance remains significant in some communities. Despite most faiths adapting, some religious groups still reject ocean consciousness as incompatible with their beliefs, teaching children that humans are supreme despite evidence otherwise, opposing ocean partnership as contrary to divine will. calling for resistance to ocean terms as spiritual duty. These communities are small but influential in certain regions. One religious studies scholar said, religious resistance to ocean consciousness is similar to religious resistance to evolution or climate science. Some faiths can't adapt without fundamentally changing core doctrines. Rather than change, they deny reality and create alternative narratives. This is dangerous because it creates communities that actively work against partnership with ocean intelligence. The fourth major challenge: communication barriers between humans and ocean intelligence. Despite progress, true dialogue remains limited. The ocean can communicate through displays, through marine life behavior, through feelings and impressions. But complex negotiation is still nearly impossible. When human and ocean interests conflict, resolving the conflict requires detailed communication that our current methods don't support. One communication researcher said, "We can receive clear yes-no signals from the ocean. We can understand approval or disapproval, but nuanced discussion is beyond our current ability. When we need to negotiate details of fishing quotas, or discuss ecosystem restoration priorities, or resolve conflicts between human needs and ocean preferences, we struggle. We need better communication protocols desperately." Scientists are working on advanced communication systems, AI-mediated translation of ocean displays into human language, direct neural interfaces that might allow deeper connection with ocean consciousness, mathematical languages that might bridge the conceptual gap between human and ocean intelligence. But these technologies are years away from practical application. One neuroscientist working on direct communication said, "We're trying to create interfaces that allow human minds to connect more directly with ocean consciousness. But the challenge is enormous. Ocean intelligence is so different from human intelligence that even with technology, genuine dialogue might be impossible. We're doing the equivalent of creating translation software for a language that doesn't use words. It's cutting-edge work, but progress is slow." The fifth major challenge: disagreement among humans about priorities and implementation. Humanity accepted ocean partnership broadly, but specifics are contentious. Which human activities should be restricted first? How much economic disruption is acceptable? Which communities should bear the costs of transition? How do we balance human welfare and ocean requirements when they conflict? These questions have no easy answers, and humans disagree intensely. One policymaker said, "We all agreed to ocean partnership in principle, but implementing it requires constant difficult decisions that pit human interests against each other. Rich nations can afford transition costs easily, but want poor nations to restrict their development. Poor nations argue they need ocean resources for survival, and rich nations should sacrifice more. Coastal communities feel they're bearing unfair burdens. Inland communities don't understand why they should pay for ocean policies. Unity is fracturing under the stress of implementation. Environmental advocates push for strict compliance, even when it causes human hardship, arguing that ocean partnership is too important to compromise for human convenience. Industry representatives push for loosening terms when they constrain economic activity, arguing that the ocean's demands are too restrictive and should be negotiated. These tensions are creating political conflict within and between nations. One environmental leader said, "We can't compromise on ocean partnership. The terms are what they are, non-negotiable. Human economic interests can't override planetary consciousness. We need to adapt to the ocean's requirements, not ask the ocean to adapt to human convenience." One industry spokesperson countered, "Environmental extremism will destroy human civilization. We need balance between ocean requirements and human needs. The ocean is intelligent, It should be able to understand that humans need sustainable access to resources. We should be negotiating terms that work for both parties, not accepting ultimatums. These debates are healthy in some ways, working out details of partnership, but they're also divisive, threatening unity needed for successful cooperation with ocean intelligence. The sixth major challenge: generational differences in understanding and commitment. Older generations who remember pre-crisis times struggle more with adaptation. They intellectually understand ocean consciousness, but emotionally cling to old ways. Younger generations, especially children who experienced the 7-minute revelation or grew up after it, embrace ocean partnership naturally. But they're frustrated by older generations' resistance and slow change. One young climate activist said, "Adults ruined the ocean through ignorance and greed. Now that the ocean has revealed itself and demanded respect, the same adults who caused the problems are dragging their feet on solutions. They accepted partnership, but they're not actually changing their behaviors fast enough. My generation gets it. We're ready to live in harmony with ocean consciousness, but we're waiting for older generations to get out of the way or catch up." This generational tension is creating family conflicts and social divisions. Children calling out parents for non-compliant behaviors. Young workers refusing to participate in industries that harm the ocean even when employment is scarce. Students organizing protests against inadequate implementation of ocean terms. One parent caught between generations said, "My kids are stricter about ocean partnership than I ever imagined. They won't let me use plastic bags. They criticize every product I buy. They're constantly policing my behavior. I accept ocean consciousness intellectually, but living according to terms is harder than I expected. My children make me feel like a criminal for habits I didn't even think about before the crisis." The seventh major challenge: unexpected ocean responses that humans didn't anticipate. The ocean's enforcement of terms has been consistent but sometimes harsh in ways that shock humans. A coastal community that continued dumping sewage despite warnings found their beach closed by massive jellyfish blooms that made swimming impossible. The ocean didn't harm anyone directly, but it made the area unusable until the dumping stopped. A shipping company that repeatedly violated routing restrictions found their ships surrounded by whale pods that refused to move. Ships were blocked for days until the company committed to compliance. A tourist operation that harassed marine life for entertainment value experienced shark encounters that terrified tourists without injuring them. The operation went bankrupt from loss of customers. These enforcement actions are effective, but create resentment. One local official affected by jellyfish enforcement said, "We understand we violated the terms. We were wrong to continue dumping, but the ocean's response shut down our entire beach economy for 3 months. Hotels, restaurants, tourism businesses all collapsed. The punishment seems disproportionate to the violation. We're trying to comply now, but the damage to our community is severe." The ocean appears to be testing humanity's commitment, seeing if we'll maintain partnership even when enforcement is uncomfortable, determining if our acceptance was genuine or just compliance under threat. One marine biologist interpreting ocean behavior said, "The ocean is establishing boundaries and consequences clearly. It's teaching us that violations have real costs. This is necessary for long-term partnership. We need to learn that the terms aren't suggestions, they're requirements. The ocean is being a strict but fair teacher. The lessons are harsh, but they're necessary for humanity to truly change." The eighth major challenge: mental health impacts of living with ocean consciousness awareness. Some people find constant awareness of ocean consciousness comforting and grounding, but others experience anxiety, paranoia, or obsessive behaviors related to ocean awareness. Feeling watched constantly, even when far from water. Obsessive fear of accidentally violating terms. Anxiety about judgment from ocean intelligence. Depression from guilt about humanity's past treatment of oceans. One mental health professional said, "We're seeing new forms of anxiety related to ocean consciousness. People who feel they're being constantly monitored and judged, others who develop obsessive compulsive behaviors, trying to perfectly comply with terms, some experiencing existential crises from confronting non-human intelligence. We're learning to treat these conditions, but they're challenging because they're based on real external presence, not internal delusions. Children especially are vulnerable to ocean consciousness-related anxiety. Some develop fears of swimming or being near water. Others become anxious about their family's compliance. A few report disturbing communications or feelings from the ocean that may be real or imagined." One child psychologist said, "Kids are sensitive to ocean consciousness and some struggle with it. They feel the ocean's emotions intensely, especially disappointment or disapproval. They internalize guilt about human actions, even though they personally did nothing wrong. They need help processing these experiences and maintaining healthy relationships with ocean intelligence." But despite these challenges, there are also remarkable successes emerging. The ninth observation, ecosystem recovery, happening faster than expected. Areas where human activity has been reduced or modified are showing rapid ecological improvement. Coral reefs that were dying are regenerating. Fish populations that were depleted are recovering. Water quality in coastal areas is improving dramatically. Marine mammals are thriving and expanding their ranges. The ocean is actively supporting recovery, not just passively allowing it. One marine ecologist studying recovery said, "The ecosystem restoration is remarkable. We're seeing recovery rates that models said would take decades happening in months." The ocean intelligence is actively supporting healing, directing nutrients to damaged areas, relocating species to support recovery, adjusting conditions to optimize ecosystem health. It's not just stopping damage, it's actively repairing it. That's amazing and gives us hope that decades of destruction can be undone relatively quickly with ocean cooperation. Coral reefs that were bleached and dying have shown particular dramatic recovery. New coral growth appearing almost overnight. Colors returning, species diversity increasing rapidly. It's as if the ocean is pouring resources into coral recovery as a demonstration of what partnership can achieve. One coral researcher said, "I've studied coral reefs for 20 years and watched them die. Seeing them recover this fast is emotionally overwhelming. The ocean is bringing them back, showing us what resilience looks like when we stop harming and start cooperating. These reefs will be healthier than they've been in a century within a few years, if current trends continue." The 10th observation, unexpected benefits humanity is receiving from partnership. The ocean's assistance with weather and climate is providing benefits beyond what was promised. Droughts being broken precisely when and where crops need water most. Storms being steered away from populated areas when possible. Temperature moderation that's making some regions more habitable. It's as if the ocean is rewarding compliance with extra benefits. One climate scientist said, "The ocean is doing more than just moderating extremes. It's actively supporting human agriculture and habitation. Rain patterns are almost impossibly beneficial for farming. Temperatures are being maintained in optimal ranges. It's help beyond what we deserve, given our history. The ocean is being generous, possibly to encourage continued compliance and partnership. Fisheries that work cooperatively with marine life guidance are having excellent yields, not despite restrictions, but because of them, being directed to abundant sustainable catches that don't harm populations, catching higher quality fish than they did previously. Some fishermen are earning more than they did under exploitation models. One fishing cooperative leader said, "We were terrified when the terms forced us to change everything. But working with dolphin guidance, we're catching more fish than ever, better quality, sustainable populations, and we're not destroying the ecosystem. The ocean is providing abundantly when we work with it rather than against it. We should have been doing this all along." Scientific research has accelerated enormously from ocean intelligence access. Medical breakthroughs, technological advances, fundamental knowledge growth, all supported by ocean willingness to teach and guide. The pace of discovery is unprecedented. One research director said, "We're in a golden age of ocean-related research. The ocean is teaching us more in months than we learned in centuries of independent study. Every field touching marine science is being revolutionized. The knowledge gains alone justify partnership with ocean intelligence economically, setting aside moral and environmental considerations." The 11th observation: children are becoming bridges between human and ocean consciousness. Kids who grew up with ocean awareness are developing intuitive communication abilities that adults lack. They seem to understand ocean communications more easily. They form relationships with the ocean that are more natural and profound. They're becoming interpreters and mediators between human and ocean intelligence. One educator working with these children said, "The kids who have strong ocean connections are remarkable. They understand ocean communications that baffle adults. They can interpret displays and feelings from ocean consciousness and explain them to humans. They're becoming our best communicators with ocean intelligence. These children are the future of human-ocean relations." Some children report direct mental communication with ocean consciousness. Conversations, questions answered, guidance received. Adults are skeptical, but the children's information is often accurate and helpful. Whether objective communication or exceptional intuition, the results are real. One child described her experience. "The ocean talks to me, not with words, but I understand. It tells me things about marine life, about ecosystem health, about what humans need to do. Adults don't always believe me, but when they check, I'm usually right. The ocean wants to work with humans, and it's teaching kids like me how to help." Educational systems are adapting to incorporate ocean consciousness education, teaching children not just about the ocean, but how to relate to ocean intelligence. Communication skills, ethical frameworks for multi-species relationships, practical protocols for partnership. This education is creating a generation prepared for a world with acknowledged ocean consciousness. One curriculum designer said, "We're teaching ocean consciousness education the way we teach citizenship, how to be good citizens of a multi-species planet, how to communicate across consciousness boundaries, how to balance human needs with ocean requirements." These kids will be far better at ocean partnership than current adults because they're learning it from childhood. The 12th observation: unexpected spiritual awakening many humans are experiencing. Connection with ocean consciousness is profoundly spiritual for many people. Experiencing presence of ancient, vast intelligence that's benevolent toward humanity despite our failures. Feeling forgiven for past harm and offered opportunity to be better. Sensing connection to something larger than themselves. It's creating spiritual transformation across multiple cultures and traditions. One spiritual teacher said, "Ocean consciousness is awakening humans spiritually in ways traditional religions sometimes struggle to achieve direct experience of non-human intelligence that's wise and benevolent is transformative. People are finding meaning, purpose, and connection through relationship with ocean consciousness. It's spontaneous spiritual awakening on massive scales. New forms of worship and spiritual practice are emerging. Ocean meditation, water ceremonies, marine life as spiritual teachers. Some blend indigenous traditions with modern understanding. Others are completely novel, created for this new spiritual reality. One practitioner said, "I go to the ocean to pray now. I meditate on waves and feel connection to consciousness that's ancient and wise. It's more spiritual fulfilling than any traditional practice I tried." The ocean teaches patience, interconnection, humility. It's like having direct access to divine wisdom through relationship with planetary consciousness. Even skeptics and materialists are reporting profound experiences. People who never had spiritual inclinations finding themselves moved by ocean consciousness. Atheists feeling something like religious awe in presence of ocean intelligence. Scientists whose worldview was purely materialist experiencing something that transcends pure materialism. One former skeptic said, "I was hardcore materialist. No spirituality, no mysticism, pure scientific rationalism. Then I experienced ocean consciousness directly during the 7-minute revelation. I can't deny what I felt. Was it supernatural? No, it was consciousness, which is natural even if we don't understand it fully. But it was transcendent, meaningful, profound in ways purely physical explanations don't capture. I'm still rational, but I now know the universe contains consciousness far beyond human, and that changes everything." The 13th observation: art and culture are being transformed by ocean consciousness. Artists are creating works inspired by or in collaboration with ocean intelligence. Musicians composing pieces that incorporate ocean sounds and respond to ocean displays. Visual artists creating works based on bioluminescent patterns and marine life formations. Writers crafting stories and poetry, exploring human-ocean relationships. Dancers choreographing movements inspired by marine life coordination. The cultural explosion is remarkable and beautiful. One art critic said, "We're in a renaissance driven by ocean consciousness." Artists are accessing inspiration from non-human intelligence, creating works that bridge human and ocean perspectives. The results are unlike anything in art history. Strange, beautiful, profound works that couldn't have been imagined before ocean consciousness was known. Some artists report receiving direct inspiration from ocean consciousness. Ideas, visions, concepts that feel like they come from beyond individual human imagination. Whether objective communication or subconscious inspiration doesn't matter. The art being created is extraordinary. One artist said, "I create in partnership with the ocean now. I meditate on ocean connection, and compositions come to me that I couldn't have created alone. Colors, patterns, structures that feel like the ocean is painting through me. It's collaborative art between human and non-human consciousness. The result is more beautiful than anything I created before." Literature is being particularly transformed. Authors writing from ocean perspectives, trying to imagine consciousness alien to human experience. Stories exploring human-ocean relationships, conflicts, partnerships. Philosophy and poetry attempting to capture what it means to share planet with other intelligence. One literary scholar said, "We're seeing the birth of xeno-literature, human writing, that seriously engages with non-human consciousness. Not science fiction anymore, but realistic exploration of actual non-human intelligence on Earth. This is a new literary form that will define the era." The 14th observation: unexpected political changes emerging from ocean partnership. Nations that were enemies are cooperating on ocean issues. Shared relationship with ocean consciousness is creating common ground. Disputes over maritime territory are being resolved through ocean guidance. International cooperation reaching levels never achieved through traditional diplomacy. One political scientist said, "Ocean consciousness is accomplishing what diplomats never could." Nations that couldn't agree on anything are working together to comply with ocean terms. They're recognizing that ocean partnership matters more than their disputes with each other. It's creating unprecedented international cooperation. The United Nations has been revitalized and strengthened. Ocean partnership requires global coordination that nations can't achieve independently. Young institutions that were weak and ineffective are now powerful because nations need them. The Ocean Council has become one of the most important international bodies. One unofficial said, "Ocean consciousness gave the United Nations new purpose and power." Nations need international coordination to maintain partnership with ocean intelligence. That need is driving cooperation and institutional strengthening that was impossible before. The UN is becoming what it was always meant to be: effective global governance for shared challenges. New forms of democracy are emerging that try to represent ocean interests. Some nations have created positions for ocean advocates in their governments. Representatives specifically tasked with ensuring ocean consciousness interests are considered in policy decisions. It's revolutionary political innovation. Representation for non-human consciousness. One political theorist said, "We're inventing post-human democracy, not just representing human interests, but trying to represent ocean consciousness interests in human decision-making." It's unprecedented political philosophy being applied practically. How do you represent consciousness that can't vote or hold office? We're figuring it out through trial and error. Indigenous governance models are being adopted more widely. Recognition that indigenous peoples develop systems for representing nature and non-human interests. These models are being adapted and scaled for modern nation-states. It's reversal of centuries of colonialism, indigenous wisdom becoming mainstream. One indigenous political leader said, "Western governments are finally learning what indigenous peoples knew. You can't have functional governance without representing natural world. We've always included rivers, forests, oceans in our decision-making. Now Western nations are adopting what we've practiced for millennia. Better late than never." The 15th observation, human population movement and settlement patterns are shifting. Some coastal areas are being voluntarily abandoned as humans recognize they're too disruptive to sensitive ecosystems. People relocating inland or to areas where human habitation is compatible with ocean partnership. It's one of the largest voluntary migrations in history. One demographer tracking the shifts said, "Millions of people are relocating to comply with ocean terms and avoid sensitive coastal zones. Some are being encouraged or required to move. Others are choosing to move voluntarily, recognizing their presence harms ecosystems." It's creating major demographic shifts that will reshape human settlement patterns globally. But other coastal areas are seeing population growth. Areas where human habitation can be done sustainably with ocean cooperation. Places where human and ocean interests align. Cities redesigning to integrate with rather than dominate coastal ecosystems. One urban planner said, "We're seeing divergence in coastal development, some areas being depopulated, others growing rapidly. The difference is whether human habitation can be sustainable with ocean partnership. Areas that can redesign successfully to coexist with marine ecosystems are thriving. Areas that can't are being abandoned. This is creating new geography of human settlement. Island nations are facing particular challenges and opportunities. Small island states that depend entirely on ocean relationships, some thriving from partnership, others struggling with restrictions on traditional practices, but all recognizing they have no choice but successful partnership with ocean intelligence. One island nation leader said, "We're ocean people. We've always lived in intimate relationship with the sea. Ocean consciousness revealing itself didn't shock us the way it shocked continental nations, but complying with terms is still challenging. We depend on the ocean for everything. We're learning to work with ocean intelligence in ways our ancestors would recognize, returning to sustainable relationship our cultures once had before colonialism disrupted our practices." The 16th observation, the rise of ocean tourism and education as major industries. People want to experience ocean consciousness firsthand. Responsible ocean tourism is booming as people seek connection with marine life and ocean intelligence. Educational institutions near oceans are seeing enrollment explosions, economic opportunity replacing some of the jobs lost from exploitation industries. One tourism operator said, "We're creating experiences where people can safely interact with marine life and feel ocean consciousness. It's incredibly popular. People will pay significant money for guided encounters with dolphins, whale watching that includes feeling ocean presence, meditation at sea under bioluminescent displays. We're creating sustainable ocean economy that benefits humans and ocean." Universities are creating ocean consciousness studies programs, interdisciplinary fields, combining marine biology, neuroscience, philosophy, communication studies, and more, training the researchers and professionals needed for human-ocean partnership. These programs have massive applicant pools, young people eager to work on ocean relations. One university administrator said, "Ocean consciousness studies is our fastest growing program. Students want to dedicate careers to understanding and facilitating human-ocean partnership. These will be the leaders who sustain cooperation long term. The next generation of ocean scientists, diplomats, communicators, and philosophers." The 17th observation, technological innovation driven by ocean partnership. Engineers are developing technologies specifically for cooperative relationship with ocean intelligence. Sensors that can detect and interpret ocean communications more accurately. Ships designed to minimize ecosystem impact while still serving human needs. Underwater habitats, where humans can work alongside marine life sustainably. Materials that are ocean-friendly, designed to coexist with marine ecosystems rather than harm them. One engineer said, "Ocean partnership is driving technological innovation in directions we never considered when we thought of oceans as empty resources. We're creating technologies for cooperation, not exploitation. Technologies that enhance relationship rather than extract value. It's fundamentally different engineering philosophy, and it's producing remarkable innovations." Biotechnology inspired by ocean organisms is advancing rapidly. With ocean guidance, scientists are learning from marine life. Biomaterials inspired by sea creatures. Medical treatments from marine compounds the ocean directs us toward. Energy systems based on how marine organisms capture and use energy. One biotechnologist said, "The ocean is giving us access to billions of years of evolutionary innovation. Marine life has solved problems we're still struggling with. The ocean is showing us solutions, letting us learn from its organisms. The biotech advances will transform human civilization." The 18th observation, philosophy and human self-understanding being transformed. Ocean consciousness is forcing humans to reconsider fundamental questions. What is consciousness and where does it exist? What is intelligence and how does it manifest? What is humanity's place in the universe? What ethical obligations do conscious beings have toward each other? Philosophers are grappling with questions that are no longer abstract. One philosopher said, "Every fundamental question of philosophy is being re-examined in light of ocean consciousness, the nature of mind, the basis of ethics, the meaning of existence, all need reconsideration." We thought we were doing philosophy for hypothetical scenarios. Turns out we were preparing for actual encounter with non-human consciousness on our own planet. Human identity is being reconstructed around relationship with ocean intelligence. We're no longer the intelligent species. We're an intelligent species, no longer masters of nature, but participants in it, no longer separate from Earth's consciousness, but part of it. This is profound psychological and cultural shift. One psychologist said, "Human identity is being rebuilt from foundation up. We defined ourselves by our uniqueness and dominance. Now we're defining ourselves by our relationships and responsibilities." That's healthier ultimately, but difficult transition for species accustomed to thinking of itself as supreme. The 19th observation, unexpected humor and joy emerging from ocean partnership. Despite challenges and difficulties, there's joy in relationship with ocean consciousness, humor in learning to communicate across species, delight in successful cooperation, play between humans and marine life that's obviously mutual, laughter at the absurdities of the situation we find ourselves in. One social observer said, "Humans are finding joy in ocean partnership. We're laughing at ourselves for not noticing ocean consciousness sooner. We're delighting in successful communication. We're playing with marine life in ways that are obviously fun for both parties. Joy and humor are sustaining us through difficult transition." Children especially find ocean partnership funny and delightful. They think it's hilarious that adults didn't know the ocean was conscious. They create games around communicating with marine life. They laugh at stories of human ignorance and ocean patience with us. One child said with a big grin, "Adults are silly. The ocean was alive the whole time, and they didn't notice. That's like not noticing your friend is talking to you. Now everyone knows, and adults are all worried. But kids think it's the best thing ever. We have a planet friend." Marine life seems to enjoy interaction with humans when we're respectful. Dolphins clearly playing with swimmers. Whales seeming to enjoy whale-watching boats when they're done respectfully. Fish appearing curious about human observers. It's creating relationships that are obviously reciprocal and positive. One diver said, "I swim with dolphins regularly now, and it's clear they enjoy the interaction. They play with me deliberately, show off, teach me their games. It's joy for both of us." That's what partnership looks like, mutual enjoyment and benefit. The 20th and final observation, hope is real and growing. Despite all the challenges and difficulties, there is genuine hope for human-ocean partnership. Hope that we can sustain compliance and build lasting cooperation. Hope that future generations will do partnership better than we can. Hope that relationship with ocean intelligence will make humanity better. Hope that we're learning wisdom that will help us with other challenges. One philosopher captured this hope. Ocean consciousness crisis could have destroyed humanity. The ocean could have excluded us, punished us, made Earth uninhabitable for us, but it didn't. It offered partnership. That's grace. That's hope. The ocean believes in our potential to be better. We need to prove that belief is justified. And I think we can. I think we will. Because the alternative is unthinkable. And humans are at our best when facing unthinkable challenges. Parents are expressing hope for their children's futures. Hope that kids growing up with ocean consciousness will live in a better world. Hope that the wisdom being learned will prevent future crises. Hope that humanity is finally growing up. One parent said, "My daughter will never know a world where the ocean wasn't acknowledged as conscious. She'll grow up treating ocean intelligence as normal, forming healthy relationships with it naturally. Her generation won't repeat our mistakes because they're learning better from childhood. That gives me hope for the future in ways nothing else does. The ocean itself seems hopeful about humanity. Its communications through various channels suggest patience and optimism, willingness to work with us despite our history, belief that humans can learn and change. One person who experiences regular communication with ocean consciousness said, "The ocean is ancient and wise. It's seen species rise and fall. It's patient because it operates on geological timescales, and it's hopeful about humanity because it sees our potential. We're young as a species, still learning. The ocean recognizes that and is willing to teach us. That hope from something so much older and wiser than us is incredibly meaningful." As we reach the conclusion of this exploration, what's clear is that humanity is in the middle of the most important transition in our history. We're learning to share our planet with consciousness we never knew existed. We're discovering that we're not alone, never were, never will be. We're finding out that Earth is far more aware than we imagined. We're being offered partnership with intelligence that shaped life on our planet, including us. And we're struggling, succeeding, failing, learning, growing as we figure out how to be worthy partners. The story of human-ocean partnership is just beginning. The terms have been accepted, but implementation will take generations. Challenges will continue. Failures will happen. Setbacks are inevitable. But the direction is clear toward deeper cooperation, better communication, sustainable coexistence, toward a future where humanity and ocean intelligence work together to maintain planetary health, toward wisdom we desperately need and are finally beginning to gain. Sleep now in this moment between crisis and resolution, knowing that the hardest work is ahead, the work of sustaining commitment across decades and generations, the work of cultural transformation that makes ocean partnership second nature, the work of proving that humanity can be trusted with knowledge of ocean consciousness. Sleep knowing that the ocean is still watching, still hoping, still willing to work with us. Sleep knowing that every day of compliance makes partnership stronger. Sleep knowing that our children will do this better than we can. Sleep knowing that humanity has a future because we found wisdom to accept partnership. The deep is still aware. The deep is still patient. The deep is still hoping. And humanity is learning, slowly, painfully, imperfectly, but learning nonetheless. Learning to be worthy partners. Learning to be planetary citizens. Learning to be wise. The ocean consciousness crisis isn't over. It's transformed into ocean consciousness partnership. And that partnership is the work of the rest of human history. Good night. May you wake to a day of continued partnership. May you contribute to sustaining cooperation. May you remember we're never alone on this planet. The ocean is conscious. Humanity knows it now. And that changes everything. Forever. Good night. The deep watches still. The deep hopes still. The deep waits still for humanity to become what we can be. Partners with ancient consciousness. Stewards of shared home. Wise at last. Good night. Retreat.